Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Attraction. On the screen, as the heroine Rose said, her parents were very enthusiastic and did not express surprise at Chris's skin color and were even a little too enthusiastic. Rose's father also introduced his family to Chris in a friendly manner, took him to visit his home, and took him to the backyard to see his own court. But strange things happened frequently during this period. First, he saw the black nanny with a weird smile, and then the black gardener with an abnormal expression, which made Chris's heart a little alert. When the movie was shown here, Bella suddenly saw this maid, and she immediately knew that this was an important clue. This maid not only smiled strangely, but also made her feel cold in her heart. On the screen, when Chris and their family were sitting together and chatting, his girlfriend's mother knocked on the cup with a spoon. After seeing this, Chris also knocked on the table with his hand a few times. At this time, his girlfriend's father suddenly asked him if he was addicted to smoking, which was not a good habit. He also said that his wife was a hypnotist and he should let his wife treat him. Chris declined politely after hearing this, because his girlfriend's parents were too enthusiastic, which was obviously abnormal, and he always felt that something was wrong. At this time, after the black maid delivered the things to them, she smiled strangely at Chris again. It is said that a bright smile can infect people, but this fake smile not only did not infect the audience, but also made the fans who were watching the movie feel scared. If the maid's fleeting smile aroused Bella's vigilance the first time, this time it made her feel cold all over. Up to this point in the film, the director has been steadily laying the groundwork, but as the film goes on, the more people can't help but be scared. At night, Chris lay in bed thinking about it and couldn't fall asleep, so he came to the door to smoke a cigarette. Suddenly, he saw the black gardener of his girlfriend's house from a distance, running towards him at a very fast speed, which was very strange, and then turned and ran away again. When he looked back in surprise, the even weirder maid suddenly appeared on the window, and the maid who had been smiling at him was sticking to the window and staring at Chris. FXXK off. Oh my god. Holy SXXXX. With just this one move, not only the male protagonist on the screen was startled, but all the fans who were watching attentively in the theater were all startled. The scary element of American horror movies are mostly achieved through a large amount of plasma, because Europeans and Americans do not think that the dead are scary. They have never been exposed to this kind of thriller through the environment, clues, background music, and psychological suggestion. The film has been laid out for a long time, and suddenly it came with such a prominent effect. Almost hundreds of people in the theater were scared. During the movie, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Chris felt that this place was too weird. He decided to go back to the room quickly, but as soon as he returned to the room, he was stopped by his girlfriend's mother. His girlfriend's mother asked him to come in and sit with her for a while. She told Chris that her way of hypnotizing people was to use a certain focus to guide and enter a highly suggestive state. After that, she asked about his mother, but Chris didn't want to answer this question. After hearing this, his girlfriend's mother raised her mouth and gently hit the coffee cup with the spoon in her hand. After hearing the sound of the collision, Chris actually took the initiative to talk about his mother. Obviously, he had been hypnotized. Under her hypnosis, Chris recalled the painful experience of his mother's death when he was a child and made the same movements as when he was a child, and tears could not stop flowing down. His girlfriend's mother looked at him indifferently. She had asked all the questions she should ask, and she let him fall into darkness. Chris felt like he fell into a black hole. He wanted to struggle, but found that he could not move. When he woke up, Chris looked at the bed and fell into doubt. Was it a dream last night? But he then chatted with the black gardener and learned that the gardener saw him chatting with his girlfriend's mother with his own eyes. It was a real thing. So what did this psychologist want to do? Your film has a kind of weird magic that makes people fall into the story unconsciously. Bella muttered in a voice that only she could hear. It was not just her. Bella observed the audience around her and found that everyone was staring at the big screen. The entire huge theater was silent. The film entered the second stage. The old neighbors in the town drove to the girlfriend's house. They hugged the black gardener one by one. It seemed that, just as the girlfriend said, everyone here did not discriminate against African Americans. This was a party specially held by the girlfriend's family to welcome Chris, but all the people who came were old men and women. Everyone praised Chris for his strong figure, looked at him with the eyes of looking at pork in the vegetable market, and even touched him directly. Rose took Chris to introduce these people one by one, but they seemed to be more enthusiastic. There was even a group of white couples saying that black skin had become a fashion. Chris could feel that the couple did not mock him. What they said was sincere, but the eyes of these people made him feel very uncomfortable. Although they did not discriminate against black people, normal white people could not make friends like this. After a while, Chris saw an African compatriot at the party. He happily walked up to say hello, but the man's eyes were dull and his words and deeds were not like a healthy black person at all. This made Chris very confused. At this time, the wife of the African compatriot came over. She was an old white woman who looked more than 30 years older than his compatriot. Chris stretched out his right fist to his compatriot, indicating that the two of them should bump fists. This is a special way for black people to say hello and express friendship. But the other party's action made him even more confused. The other party actually stretched out his hand and shook his fist. This person, except for his black skin, did not look like a black person in any way. This made him feel uncomfortable, and he went upstairs alone to rest, but the white people stopped talking and observed his movements. What happened next was even more weird. His camera charger was unplugged, and he knew it was done by the maid. After telling his girlfriend about this, the maid came to apologize soon. She was laughing and crying. When the movie was shown here, the theater, which was still quiet a second ago, suddenly buzzed, and everyone exclaimed in a low voice. This maid was too abnormal. That smile, mixed with tears, made everyone feel uncomfortable. Chris didn't want to face the black maid, and planned to go downstairs to get some fresh air. As a result, he saw the black compatriots who had just been charged, talking to the white people. He took out the camera that had just been charged and wanted to secretly take a picture of this scene, but he forgot the flashing flash, and the scene fell into an awkward situation. The black compatriot's expression froze, and blood even oozed from his nostrils. He suddenly rushed to Chris, grabbed his collar, and yelled like crazy, asking him to get out, and let him get out of here quickly. The people next to him quickly pulled the black man away, and his girlfriend's father took Chris into the room and explained to him that it was the flash that triggered his black compatriot's epilepsy, and it was not a big problem. Chris knew that it was not the appearance of an epileptic seizure. He called his girlfriend to the wild and expressed his doubts, but his girlfriend said that her father was a neurosurgeon. If he said it was epilepsy, then it must be. The fast-moving plot left no time for everyone to think and doubt. Following the rhythm of the film, Bella, like all movie fans, put aside all thoughts other than watching the movie and just wanted to follow the development of the plot of the movie. Chris felt that his girlfriend's family and even the town were weird, and wanted to leave here. Although Rose was not very happy, she reluctantly agreed. The two were chatting, and a silent auction began in Rose's yard. Behind the prospective father-in-law was a photo of Chris, and the product was Chris. Everyone kept bidding, and finally a blind old man offered the highest price to end the auction. Chris returned to Rose's house, and he had no idea that he was being auctioned. He called his good friend about the appearance of the black compatriot, and when his friend heard it, he said that he knew this person. He told Chris that this person had been missing for several months. Combined with Chris's description, the black man's dress and changes in behavior told him that this was no longer a place to stay for a long time. Hurry up, run. At this time, all the audience in the theater noticed that something was wrong. Those people in the photo were obviously problematic. Some viewers shouted unconsciously, asking the male protagonist Chris to run quickly. The story on the screen continued. Chris was scared when he heard what his friend said, so he called his girlfriend and quickly packed his luggage to leave, but when he went downstairs, he found that his girlfriend's family was guarding the door. It's over, it seems too late. Chris is ready to resist and leave here by force. He rushed to his girlfriend's brother, but at this moment, his girlfriend's mother tapped the cup gently, and Chris fell down, as if he was possessed. His consciousness fell into darkness again, just like before, and he could only watch them carry him away. After Chris woke up again, he found that his hands and feet were tied to the stool. He struggled desperately, but it was useless. At this time, the TV opposite lit up, and the TV started to play automatically. Chris looked at the TV, and a white old man appeared in it, and the old man told him the truth about the conspiracy. The movie immediately came to the plot to reveal the answer, and Bella suddenly discovered a special situation. That is, this movie actually attracted everyone in the theater. As a media worker, she knows one thing very well. That is, every fan has different tastes in watching movies. No matter how good a movie is, it is impossible for everyone to like it. She has attended premieres before, and watched countless movies, but she has never seen anything like today. All the audience's attention is drawn to the screen. Normally, there are always some viewers who don't like the movie, and then sit on a chair and chat with friends, or do something else. This is simply a miracle. My god, I have my first leader, which is a huge surprise. Thanks to book friend Brandon Lee for his large amount of rewards and monthly tickets, which are proud of being Chinese. This is the first time I have received so many. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Chapter 77. Keep your heart in your stomach. Bella looked around in surprise. She was not mistaken. Everyone was concerned about the development of the story. No one wanted to miss the plot that would reveal the answer. Bella suddenly fell into deep doubt. Is this still a low-cost thriller? The film was still going on. On the TV opposite Chris, the old man told the answer to the conspiracy. Because there are always people who grow old, get sick and die, they have developed a special way of survival. By performing surgery on the target and transplanting the white brain into the body of a strong black person, the white person can continue to live. However, this transplant surgery is imperfect. The original black person will still retain a little consciousness in the body, so the previous black compatriots will only wake up briefly after being stimulated by the light. Many elderly white people in this town continue to live in other people's bodies by changing their brains. Rose seduced men everywhere. Her mother was responsible for hypnosis, and her father was responsible for brain replacement surgery. In the end, the black body was auctioned off in the town, and Chris's body was bought by the blind old man before. This family really has a clear division of labor. The black gardener and the maid are Rose's grandparents after the consciousness transfer. Because the black man still has consciousness in his body, the maid will laugh and cry at the same time. The stimulation of the camera flash can temporarily enable the black man to control his body. This is why the black man suddenly went crazy and asked him to run. It was to save him. Chris was very moved after watching it, and he was unwilling to sit and wait for death. Suddenly, he noticed that the seat he scratched was exposed to cotton. At this time, the sound of knocking on a teacup appeared on the TV, trying to hypnotize him. After hearing the sound, Chris really fell into darkness again. At the same time, the operating room was ready, and the girlfriend's brother came to the room and wanted to take him into the operating room. He untied the belt that tied Chris and began to pack up. Just when the girlfriend's brother turned around, Chris, who was originally asleep, suddenly jumped up, picked up the hard object next to him, and hit him on the back of his head, and the girlfriend's brother was knocked to the ground. Seeing that he was still struggling, Chris hit him on the head again. At this time, many viewers in the theater screamed unconsciously, not because they were scared, but because they were cheering for the male protagonist in the film. The weird atmosphere at the beginning of the movie suppressed these viewers for a whole show, and the bloody scene that appeared instantly gave them a channel to release their emotions. On the screen, after Chris beat his girlfriend's brother, he took out 2 pieces of cotton from his ears. It turned out that he took off the cotton on the chair and blocked his ears to avoid being hypnotized by the sound of the teacup. Next, Chris's expression became firm, and he was going to take revenge. He first stabbed his girlfriend's father to death with his antlers, but that was not enough, so he turned around and killed his girlfriend's mother. The blood that spurted instantly even dyed the movie lens red. And his girlfriend Rose was still eating snacks upstairs, listening to songs with headphones, and selecting the next prey. She didn't know that her family had been killed by her boyfriend. Downstairs, Chris found a car and prepared to leave here. But at this time, he ran into his girlfriend's maid in a panic. Looking at the black maid lying on the road, he thought of the pain of his mother's death when he was a child, so he moved the maid into the car. But the noise of his driving still alarmed his girlfriend Rose. After Rose noticed it, she chased him out with a gun, but the car had already driven away. At this time, in Chris's car, the black maid woke up. It turned out that she was actually the grown mother of his girlfriend Rose, and she was also a black man who was deceived by Rose and had undergone a brain transplant operation. The angry black maid wanted to avenge her family, so she fought with Chris, and the car crashed into a tree on the side of the road. The car accident happened suddenly, the black maid died, and Chris survived. He opened the door and got out of the car, ready to continue running and leave this place. At this time, his girlfriend also chased him with a gun, and the girlfriend's grandfather who occupied the body of the black gardener also rushed over and knocked Chris down. The two wrestled on the ground. At the critical moment, Chris suddenly remembered something. He took out the camera he carried with him and pressed the shutter at the black gardener. The flash of light made the black soul in the gardener regain consciousness for a short time. The black gardener let go of Chris and turned around to let Rose, who was chasing him, give him the gun. Rose didn't notice anything unusual and handed him the gun. After the black gardener took the gun, he shot Rose without hesitation. The high-powered shotgun bullet at close range directly shot Rose into the air. The blood spurted out again, and once again aroused the audience's cheers. At this moment, all the audience didn't care about the racial issue. Just as the fans in the theater had just finished exclaiming, an unexpected plot appeared on the screen. The black gardener pointed the gun at his chin and pulled the trigger directly. Ah. What the FXXK? The same high-powered shotgun bullet broke the black gardener's head at close range. This bloody scene was different from the previous one. It can be said that the previous one was for the audience to vent their emotions, but this time the scene scared everyone. Wayne has always been clear about one thing: this is an R-rated horror thriller. In order to attract more audiences, he must add more selling points to the film. What do American horror movie fans like most? Of course, it is the terrifying large amount of ketchup, and American horror movie fans have never been a niche group. The story on the screen has come to the end. Chris walked to his girlfriend and squatted down to look at Rose, who was still alive. He could have given his girlfriend a slap and killed her immediately, but he didn't do it. Wayne has his own considerations here. This movie can be a bloody R-rated movie or a thriller full of distorted human nature, but no matter what movie it is, the male protagonist must be kind. If you have studied the routines of successful Hollywood movies, you will find one thing: whether it is the American politically correct protagonist saving the world or various niche types of movies, the one that the public likes in the end is definitely a kind protagonist. This protagonist can kill all the people in the movie, but there must be a reason, and the general way to deal with it is to force the villain. It can be said that only this kind of protagonist character that most audiences like can make the general fans go to the theater and contribute to the box office of the movie. The last scene was being shown on the screen. The police car finally appeared after the incident according to the rules of Hollywood movies. However, the black guy Chris was not happy. He looked at the corpse beside him and suddenly felt that he was finished. Those policemen would not believe him. They would only think that he deliberately murdered his girlfriend's family. The reason for all this was because of his skin color. But when he stood up and looked over, Chris put aside his worries and walked out of the police car with his friend, who had been on the phone. In the end, Chris and his good friend drove away from this deadly town. The film ended here. The list of producers began to appear on the huge screen, and the lights in the theater lit up in time. Bella, like all the fans, stood up together and cheered and applauded the creative team in front. The applause was mixed with the loud cheers of young people, which continued. Listening to the enthusiastic applause of the audience, even though they had experienced it once, Wayne and the crew still felt excited. Producer John led the crew actors and main staff to the screen. The excited audience bowed together. However, the curtain call of the film's main creative team did not calm the fans down. Normally, after a polite applause and congratulations, the fans should leave. but the hundreds of people in the theater saw the faces that just appeared on the screen, shouted their names loudly, and the clapping became louder. This situation made everyone excited, especially the main actors, who waved to the audience frequently. Will Smith danced to the audience as if he had been electrified. The applause lasted for 5 minutes. Finally, after all the crew members bowed for the third time, the fans reluctantly left. Bella followed the fans and looked at the young director standing in the front. This director gave her too many surprises. From the middle of the film, she was thinking about a question: why this low-budget movie can attract the attention of fans in the entire theater. Now that the movie is over, she feels that she understands a little bit. It's not that no one has made a film about racial issues. On the contrary, there are many such films. The reason why this low-budget movie is so attractive is that it relies on 2 words: unique. This uniqueness comes from the fact that no one has ever made a film about racial issues in this way, and the angle is very interesting. At the same time, there are many details in this film, and every arrangement seems just right. Bella decided to sort out those details immediately after returning. The box office of this film should be inevitable. She wants to sort out all of them, and the editor-in-chief will definitely give her space. The main actors all went to attend the premiere press conference, and Wayne, the director, sat in the theater lounge with John to communicate. Wayne, Get Out has been opened in 2,088 theaters across the United States since this morning. Compared with more than 2,500 theaters of Far From Home, we have suffered a lot in this regard. John was a little worried. He was worried that the film would not achieve the expected effect of Warner. Since the day the filming was completed, the company has started to promote it one after another. Although the cost of the film is not high, the cost of publicity and promotion invested by Warner Brothers has exceeded the production cost. If the expected box office is not achieved, the pot will probably fall on John's head. Put your heart in your stomach, John. Chapter 78: Uniting the Minorities. Throughout the screening, Wayne has been observing the reactions of these ordinary moviegoers, which at least confirmed one thing for him, that is, the film did not have any problems with local conditions. As long as there are no major problems, he believes that success has begun to beckon him again. You're not going to the press conference? John suddenly remembered that Wayne, the film director, also had to take on the task of promoting the film. Not today, the media stage belongs to Will Smith and other actors, but starting tomorrow I will participate in the promotion with the crew. Call me if there is anything. After the film is released, he will quickly lead the crew to participate in the film's promotion activities according to the plan specified by Warner Brothers. As the second producer and director of the film, Wayne has also signed a step-by-step profit-sharing agreement with Warner Brothers, so he must do his best to promote it. The higher the North American box office of the film, the more income he can get. He and John sat in the lounge for a while, and then went out to find Halle Berry. Wayne wanted to go back and rest early. Now, in addition to waiting for the box office statistics, he only had to consider the promotion of the film. Director Greenberg, don't you think the bloody scenes at the end of the film are too explicit? Before he and Halle Berry got in the car, two reporters ran over and asked loudly, will such large-scale bloody scenes have an unnecessary impact on young people and students? He ignored the reporter, opened the car door and let Black Pearl get in first, then turned back to answer. This is a thriller, and the film does have large-scale scenes, so the MPAA gave it an R rating. After saying that, he got into the car and asked Sergi to leave immediately. This reporter was obviously sent by the gossip tabloid to cause trouble, otherwise they wouldn't ask him these questions. The larger media newspapers would generally give Warner Brothers some face. Are we going back now? Halle Berry looked back at the theater. When those media reporters went to interview the actors, her eyes were full of jealousy. Yes, you will go to the promotional event with me tomorrow, and go back to rest early today. After saying that, he closed his eyes, and leaned on the large sofa to rest. Tom Cruise also closed his eyes, and rested on the sofa. After the grand premiere yesterday, Far and Away has been showing in the theater for a whole day. But Pat told him that the news was not very good. The attendance rate was not high on Friday day. It might be because it was a weekday, but he heard that even after dark, the attendance rate of the theater did not increase much. Tom Cruise opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was just past 10 o'clock, and he had to wait a little longer. "Pat, how is it going?" He picked up the phone and called his agent. $2 million US, all spent. Pat Kingsley's voice came from the receiver. "But Tom, based on the observations of the Universal investigators in the theater, this $2 million US will not play a big role. I suggest stopping the subsequent investment. Let's take a look at the box office on the first day first." Tom Cruise hung up the phone and lowered his head to consider whether he should continue to invest. He was afraid that no matter how much box office he bought, he could not bring the enthusiasm of movie fans. That's right, the moment he noticed that the film's attendance rate was not right, he began to think of ways to change this situation. It was not the first time that he bought the box office of the movie he starred in. This was an expensive and quick method. The public has a herd mentality. He felt that, as long as Far From Home could win the box office championship, this movie could still be saved. Time passed by in a ticking manner. Just as Tom Cruise was leaning on the sofa and about to fall asleep, Nicole Kidman walked over quickly with the facts. "Tom, the rough box office statistics are out." She pushed her husband, and after seeing him open his eyes, she put the facts in her hand on the coffee table. "How is the box office? Help me read it, you know." Tom Cruise rubbed his face hard and pointed to the facts sent by Universal Pictures. Far From Home opened in 2,538 theaters today, with an average of 100 per theater. "Talk about the box office, Nicole." Hearing her husband's impatient voice, she directly cast her eyes to the end. According to a rough estimate, the first day box office of Far From Home was $9.98 million. This number can only be said to be very average, a little less than what Tom Cruise and Universal had expected. Don't forget that he invested $2 million himself. In the early 1990s in Hollywood, the screening period of each film was still relatively long, and the box office figures grew slowly. It was not like 30 years later, when the first week box office almost accounted for more than half of the total box office of the film. So this number is still acceptable. If the box office can grow steadily on Saturday and Sunday, it will not be difficult to reach the $30 million expected by Universal Pictures. Okay, go to bed early. After hearing the first day box office figures, Tom Cruise was relieved and called his wife to go to bed together. "Wait, Tom." Nicole Kidman waved the printer paper in her hand with an unpleasant look. "There is some other news. Bad news. According to Universal Pictures, the first day box office of Get Out, an R-rated thriller, is second only to Our Far and Away, reaching $9.75 million. Ah, huh. Tom Cruise woke up instantly, took the facts from his wife, and read it carefully. "It shouldn't be. How could it be? I'll call Pat and ask her to find out what's going on." Nicole Kidman understood why he was excited. It seemed that, if he hadn't bought the box office, Far and Away would have lost to a low-budget thriller. Although the box office figures on this fax may not be accurate, they will not be too different. The error will not exceed $100,000. She was also very surprised when she thought that her fellow Australian might become famous through this film. Her mood instantly became even more unhappy. "Nicole, I found the reason." Tom Cruise hung up the phone, rubbed his temple with his hand, and said helplessly, "What? How did that movie do it?" Nicole Kidman was also very confused. Logically, the first choice of movie fans should be Far From Home with superstars, Africans and ethnic minorities. He threw the phone aside and leaned on the sofa tiredly. Warner Brothers' hype was very effective, and it played a significant role on Friday. Through advanced communication with various theater companies, all theater companies in North America that released Get Out today have added screenings in theaters near ethnic minority communities, and Warner's film copies have also been specially sent to these theaters. These African communities exist in major cities in North America, generally in the city center. Unlike white communities, these communities where ethnic minorities gather are basically slums. When choosing entertainment methods, these people of color definitely rank last when watching a movie. But this movie is different. Through long-term reports by Warner Brothers Media and the bottomless stories of various gossip tabloids, most black people have paid attention to this movie. The main actors of this film are black people, especially Will Smith. Although he has no reputation in the film industry, he is very popular in the rap industry and has just won the Grammy Award. The main entertainment of black people is rap, which cannot be shaken by any form of entertainment. Will Smith has a huge appeal among these compatriots. These black compatriots rarely walked into the theater to buy tickets to support their idols. There is also the director of the film. The director of this film has a black girlfriend, which is also quite rare. And this director is willing to use black people to star in the film, and he used more than one, which made Wayne very popular among these black groups. Under Warner's propaganda offensive, young people in various black communities walked into the theater as soon as possible to see what kind of film it was. And this is just the beginning. When these black people who have watched the film for the first time return to their communities, schools, and neighborhoods, they will recommend this film to their friends, family, and classmates. Just because in this famous film, the black male protagonist finally killed all the white people. The reason is simple, but powerful enough to support these glass-hearted groups to go to the theater for a carnival together. In fact, both Warner Brothers and Wayne underestimated the influence of publicity on the black community. It was not until the next day, when Wayne led the team to fly to New York to promote the film, that they realized it. Warner held a fan meeting in Times Square, New York, for the same promotional event as the last time. But today's fan meeting made the New York police feel like they were facing a great enemy. In 2 hours, they urgently dispatched 3 additional police forces. Finally, in the call for help from these police officers, the city government also sent a large team of anti-explosion special police. Wayne was a little confused when he looked at the dark crowd under the stage. The square was full of fans, shouting the names of the actors loudly, which made Wayne feel confused. Among all the fans, the proportion of black people actually accounted for at least 1/3. This is definitely a group of time bombs. The host was also afraid of problems, so she quickly walked up to Wayne, interviewed the director in advance, and quickly ended today's activities. After asking him well, she couldn't bear to look at the group of police officers being squeezed. Director Greenberg, fans are eager to know when you and Miss Hallberry will get engaged. The host handed the microphone to him and pointed at the audience. Hall and I are in a stable relationship now. Thank you for the fans' concern, but we have agreed to focus on our careers for now. After all, we are still too young. Wayne's answer was normal, and it was all discussed in advance. Chapter 79 Media Response. The event in Times Square in New York ended hastily. Naomi Watts and her friends didn't even remove their makeup. They got into the car under the protection of the police and quickly returned to the hotel. The film attracted a lot of attention from African Americans, which is of course a good thing, but these people coming to participate in the event in groups is a huge hidden danger. No one knows if they have any special ideas in their minds. If they come in groups to participate in the $0 purchase event, Wayne feels that his sin is great. This is not impossible. Just look at those policemen who are facing a great enemy. Warner Brothers booked the 7th floor of the hotel for the group. Wayne is in a coat room. It is not the standard of the presidential suite, but the specifications are not low. In addition to a master bedroom, the room also has 2 smaller bedrooms. Each room has a separate bathroom, and the 3 bedrooms are connected by a living room. After returning from Times Square, Wayne changed into loose clothes and sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. His attention did not stay on the TV program, and his mind was always thinking about work. Now it seems that his second film will basically not fail. As long as there are no problems with the subsequent publicity, the box office should be guaranteed. Nina and Sergi were also sitting on the side. They were the ones who were focused on the TV show. Hallberry curled up in the sofa, holding a nail clipper and carefully trimming her nails. Ding, ding. There was a knock on the door. Nina reluctantly withdrew her eyes from the TV show, walked quickly to the door and opened it. Following Nina in was Naomi Watts, who was now in high spirits and exuded joy from the inside out. Naomi Watts held a pile of newspapers and magazines in her hand. She didn't even look at Hallberry and sat down next to Wayne with a playful smile. Look at these, Wayne. Naomi Watts put everything in her hands on the coffee table, picked up the top newspaper, and pointed to the entertainment headlines on it. Our film has been reported by many media. The newspapers I bought are only what I saw with my own eyes. There should be more that I haven't seen. Wayne took the newspaper handed over by the other party and looked at the entertainment page. The summer season is coming soon, and the North American film market has already started the battle early. Currently, the first place in the North American box office chart is still Disney's dark horse Home Alone, released in April. The film's box office performance has basically booked the annual box office champion in 1992. On the second weekend of May, which was yesterday, there were only 2 films that opened on a large scale. One was Far and Away, directed by Ron Howard and starring Tom Cruise and his wife, which opened in 2,538 theaters. The other was the thriller Get Out, directed by Wayne Greenberg and starring Naomi Watts and Will Smith, which opened in 2,088 theaters. According to the information we received from the North American Theatre Alliance, the attendance rate of Far and Away on the first day was not high, with a box office of only about $9.9 million. Most of the audiences who entered the theater were fans of Tom Cruise. The low-budget thriller Get Out has the potential to be a dark horse at the box office. After dark yesterday, the attendance rate increased significantly, and the first day box office revenue was about $9.7 million. This is another low-budget movie with the potential to be a dark horse after Disney's Home Alone. Wayne threw the newspaper aside. The moment he saw the box office figures, he let go of his worries. Since Get Out can get a box office figure similar to that of Far and Away with a few hundred fewer theaters, it seems that this weekend, there is hope that it will overthrow Far and Away and directly top the list. Did you see it? We almost won the single day box office championship. It's a pity that we were just a little bit short. Naomi Watts took back the newspaper and put it aside. It's already good, Nami. Wayne also felt happy from the inside out and lit a cigarette happily. What do those newspapers say? There are a lot of film reviews and media reports. Naomi Watts picked up another newspaper and shook it in front of him. Let me read it to you. This is from the New York Post. After the premiere in January, Get Out received over 95% of the total ratings with an A rating or higher. After yesterday's premiere, the total ratings dropped, but the A ratings still remained around 90%. Change it, Naomi. Wayne interrupted her. Okay, this is from the Los Angeles Times. Get Out is a surprise in both concept and production. The shock never comes when you think it's coming, and the secrets hidden behind it are bolder than you can imagine. Kenneth Cher in the film combines satire and horror against racists particularly effectively. This second work of Wayne Greenberg is a heavyweight social commentary that shows positive fearlessness, but that doesn't mean it's not thrilling. Todd McCarthy. Wait, there's also the Chicago Sun-Times. Naomi Watts put the newspaper aside and picked up another one to continue reading. That's enough, Naomi. Wayne interrupted her and pointed to the piled up newspapers. You don't need to read those that say good things about the film. Are there any other ones? Naomi Watts was stunned. Is it bad for the media to praise us? I see that almost all mainstream media have said good things about our film. Naomi, don't think too highly of the media's integrity. Wayne shook his head and continued. I can only say that Warner's public relations are very good. They can shamelessly praise us today. If the film's performance is not ideal tomorrow, they will trample us into the mud, like they praised us. In fact, Wayne was also very happy to hear these reports, but he knew the integrity of these media and just forced himself to calm down. Just as Wayne and the crew started the promotional activities, Jeff Robinov and Kevin Suhara were also reading newspapers in the president's office of the Warner building. Suddenly, CEO Kevin Suhara said, "This movie is a little beyond our expectations. Our investigators sent back news that not only the attendance rate of ordinary theaters is good, but even theaters around African American communities have queued up to watch movies since early in the morning." Yes, Jeff sighed. I originally thought that this movie would not achieve our expected first week box office due to the clash with Far From Home, but I didn't expect that we would complete more than half of it in just one day on Friday. Today is a rest day, and the box office will continue to rise. You have to coordinate with the publicity department and increase publicity efforts, Kevin Suhara said. No problem. Jeff pointed to the newspaper. I will let all media have news about Get Out tomorrow. Those African Americans are unexpectedly enthusiastic. I didn't expect them to burst out with such enthusiasm. It seems that Halle Berry's plan is very successful. It's that director, Jeff. Kevin Tsujihara sighed sincerely. No one expected that Ron Howard and Tom Cruise would lose the first day box office champion together. That's right, there are no secrets in this circle. Kevin got the news about Tom Cruise buying box office tickets this morning. Under normal circumstances, this is a good way to stimulate the box office, provided that there are no strong competitors. And on the newspaper in front of him, it was written in bold font, Wayne Greenberg, a rising genius director in Hollywood. Kevin was not surprised by anything else. What surprised him the most was that this director was only 22 years old. He was really too young. He has not yet reached the peak creative period that a director should have. It can be seen from his first 2 films that he is still groping and growing. The starting stage of a director is always full of uncertainty. Even Spielberg has failed in his works. But this young man has done an excellent job. He grows a step with each film, and his path as a director is particularly steady. Kevin Tsujihara believes that, as long as he does not make mistakes, after a few years, when his production concept and personal style are more mature, he will at least develop into a genre film master like Francis Coppola. The most rare thing is that Wayne's films also take into account the feelings of the general public fans, and are not just for the director's own pleasure, which makes his commercial achievements not low. Jeff. Kevin Tsujihara pointed at the director's photo in the newspaper. Keep him. The success of this film is foreseeable. It's just a matter of the final box office figures. Even if the film only stays in the theater for one weekend, it can generate a lot of revenue. The investment in this film is simply insignificant compared to the huge revenue that will be obtained. Keep him. I want his future films to be produced and distributed by Warner Brothers. Jeff Robinov was also thinking about this problem. Wayne Greenberg's next project would definitely become a hot commodity in Hollywood, and countless jackals would compete for it. The only good news now is that he has signed a priority investment contract with Warner, which can ensure that Warner Brothers will get the plan of the new project first. I will make an appointment with him as soon as he finishes the promotional activities. CEO Kevin Tsujihara nodded, stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the City of Angels. Jeff, you should know that I'm seeking the position of CEO of the group. It should be less than 2 years before old Karen retires. Tying down this young director means a lot. Jeff understood what Kevin Tsujihara said. If Kevin could really become the president of Time Warner, then he would have a great chance of becoming the CEO of Warner Brothers. If the business he is responsible for can also generate large amounts of revenue, competitors will basically have no chance. Chapter 80 The beginning of competition. In the office of the president of Warner, Jeff was about to go back when he heard a knock on the door. John walked into the office with the data he had just sorted out. Boss, I went to your office and the secretary told me you were here, John said to Jeff, and handed him the information in his hand. Well, on Friday, the detailed box office of the film was $9.79 million. Well done. Our own investigators then sampled 3,500 fans, and the questionnaires collected showed that more than 90% chose A or A+. The audience's reputation is very good. Jeff looked at the detailed data analysis in his hand, and was very happy. After reading it, he handed it directly to Kevin Tsujihara. After John saw him finish reading it, he said cautiously, Boss, there is a situation that is not shown in these data. What? I asked the investigators, and those who gave the film a score of A or A+ are all young fans, almost all of whom are over 30 years old. The other scores are either C or below C, John said, looking at his boss nervously. Jeff and Kevin were both stunned for a moment, which showed that the film still had hidden dangers. Jeff touched his chin, thought for a while and said, this shows that the vast majority of the audience can accept the setting of the film and like it very much. The remaining small number of people hate the film very much. Jeff. Kevin Tsujihara put down the statistical table in his hand, and his relaxed expression obviously didn't care about this problem. It's normal for this situation to happen. It's impossible to have a film that everyone likes. We are targeting young people, and this is a large-scale R-rated film. It's normal for some people to hate the film. The only thing that can make everyone like it, besides gold, is the US dollar. You're right, Jeff muttered. At the same time, in Universal City, California, the oldest film and television production company among the 6 major Hollywood giants, Tom Cruise and his wife were sitting in the conference room with their agent. Not only Tom Cruise and his wife, but also the main staff of Far From Home. It can be said that the core team is meeting here, and they are discussing the subsequent publicity of the film. It seems that our main competitor is Warner Brothers. Get Out. We are now lagging behind in all aspects, whether it is the box office or the audience's reputation. Carl Lemall, head of the film and television production department of Universal Pictures, looked at everyone in the conference room. Although we have an advantage in the box office on the first day, we all know why. The people in the conference room are all old people in the industry. Everyone understands what this means. If this continues, Far From Home is very likely to fail. Compared with the investment in the film, Universal Pictures estimates that it will take many years to recover the cost. As soon as Carl Lemall finished speaking, a voice came from the corner of the conference room. "Sir, I suggest that we can think of a way to deal with that low-budget thriller." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the conference room looked at the young man in the corner. "Don't think too much, Adam." Director Ron Howard reminded him. He had no choice. If it weren't for Felon's favor, he would never take care of this child who has not grown up. "Are you Adam Goodman?" Carl Lemall looked at the young man and suddenly remembered his identity, the son of his ex. Few people present didn't know about Felon Goodman's case. The latest news he heard was that Felon Goodman chose to settle out of court. Although he didn't have to worry about jail time, he paid a large amount of compensation. Now no one knows where his predecessor has gone. "Yes, sir." Adam saw that everyone was looking at him, so he gathered up his courage and took out a document from his bag. "These are some things I collected." "Well, you have seen many of them. I found something strange. Although the movie Get Out has a very good reputation among the audience, most of the people who rated it are young people. The middle-aged and elderly people who have watched the movie have a very low evaluation of the movie and even hate it. I specially did a survey." Adam stood up with the information in his hand and gave each person a copy, starting with Carl Lemall. Seeing that the main personnel had received the information, Adam did not return to the corner, but stood in front of the conference room. He pointed at the information in his hand and continued, "I specifically investigated those viewers who scored particularly low. By talking to them, I found the reason why they hated the film. That is, the film is too dark. Hollywood commercial films have their own set of rules. Before this thriller, no film would use so many African American main actors, and the ending of the film is the biggest point that those fans hate the film. A black male protagonist actually killed all the mainstream ethnic groups. They can't accept such a setting. It is inconsistent with social rules." At this point, everyone present understood what he meant. Although this untenable reason is far-fetched, it is not without opportunities. It depends on how it works. The main audience of movies has always been young people. Even if we find a way to use this news, the effect may not be too good. Ron Howard was still relatively sober. He reminded everyone after listening. And the most important point, I don't know if you have noticed it. Ron Howard attracted everyone's attention and continued, "There is a big difference between the audiences of Far From Home and Get Out, which can be said to be two different groups. Even if we use some tricks on that movie, our own movie will not have a very good improvement. I think we still need to think of ways to promote it." He was right. The two movies are not of the same type at all, and the natural audience groups are different. In this way, it seems that it is not a good choice to risk offending Warner Brothers and then make trouble. Adam saw that everyone was thinking about the director's words, and he suddenly felt embarrassed standing in front. "No, Mr. Howard, this news is still useful." The agent who had been standing behind Tom Cruise spoke before Adam could speak. "Ms. Kingsley, do you have any good ideas?" Carl Lemall was very interested in his words. "Our media can use a subtle way to remind the general public of the film fans that this is a film about blacks slaughtering whites. I think the effects should be good. We can also leak some information to those gossip tabloids. They don't need to use subtle methods. These tabloids are eager for Warner Brothers to sue them." Pat Kingsley said, while tapping the table with his hand to think, and slowly the plan took shape. "As for the problem of different audiences for the two films, I don't quite agree with this view. We all know that there are only 2 of us who have large scale releases. If we change the choice between 2 to 1, we can choose 1. Yes, Ms. Kingsley is talking about my plan. Adam jumped out impatiently. He didn't want to finish the film in obscurity and then disappear in Hollywood. He must show his ability. It's a bit too late in terms of time. Tom Cruise has always been proud. In Hollywood today, superstars can be counted on one hand, and he is one of them. Obviously, this proud superstar is not willing to do this. Then start next week. Carl Liemel made a decision. Don't worry about this, Tom. Go to the promotional activities as soon as possible. The final box office of the film depends on you. Carl Liemel called his assistant. Help me contact some film critics, those who are close to our Universal Pictures, and let them join in. The discussion in the conference room slowly ended. Everyone knew that they could only do their best in these things. No one knew what the final result would be. The next morning, Tom Cruise saw the news in the newspaper. He was so angry that he didn't eat breakfast and called Pat Kingsley. Honey, don't care about the newspaper reports. Everyone knows what the media is like. Nicole Kidman picked up the newspaper thrown on the ground and sat next to her husband to comfort him. When she saw the report in the newspaper clearly, she instantly understood why he was angry. Hollywood superstar Tom Cruise's Waterloo. Turning over the newspaper, the other side also had a huge headline. Tom Cruise's box office appeal is gone, defeated by a low-budget film. Nicole Kidman patiently read the report. On Saturday, Get Out earned $19.5 million at the box office, while Far and Away, which they starred in, only earned $6.94 million. This number was simply dazzling. The 2 films were completely incomparable, as if their film was a small production. Pat Kingsley, who came in a hurry, also felt helpless when she saw the client with an ugly face. Tom, don't worry, we are not without hope. At this moment, she could only comfort him like this. You stay in Los Angeles to cooperate with Universal Pictures' plan. Nicole and I will go out to promote this time. Hearing Tom Cruise's words, Pat Kingsley was embarrassed. Her client was usually sober and would not talk nonsense. But if a reporter deliberately angered him, he would dare to say anything. She was afraid that if she didn't follow him and no one reminded him in time, there would be bigger problems. She looked at Nicole Kidman, hoping that she could persuade her husband. It's okay for us to go out, don't worry, Pat. Nicole Kidman meant that she would always remind her husband and not let him speak impulsively. As an agent, Pat Kingsley is undoubtedly one of the successful ones. Just by bringing in Tom Cruise, a Hollywood A-lister, she has become one of the top agents. But only she knows how uncomfortable it is. Tom Cruise has also been controversial, and she has been helping her client clean up his mess. Chapter 81 Black Community. In the eyes of the public, Tom Cruise is definitely a model of stardom and a model of professionalism. And it is not wrong to say so. As far as the profession of actor is concerned, Tom Cruise is definitely a model of professionalism. There are still many news reports about him not using a double when filming movies, and doing all kinds of thrilling and exciting action scenes by himself, even after he turned 50. But on the other hand, he is also a troublesome person who gives people a headache. For example, regarding dyslexia, since he was 14 or 15 years old, he had difficulty reading not only scripts, but also newspapers and magazines. And Tom Cruise is not an isolated case. There are many children with dyslexia in North America. As for how he was cured in the end, the biggest rumor is the problem of faith. In this country, where freedom is required for everything, freedom of faith has become a breeding ground for certain cults. Tom Cruise has claimed more than once that it was because of his belief in Scientology that he cured his dyslexia. In fact, no one knows. Even Pat Kingsley is not sure what his client's attitude towards Scientology is. Although the name of Scientology is very scientific, in the eyes of the public, it is a naked cult organization. Tom Cruise has been criticized for this belief problem. It is not obvious now, but there are some minor troubles from time to time, and Pat Kingsley can always find a way to cover it up. After all, with the support of CAA, some information can be kept secret from the public. After the princess selection incident, many bad things will be reported, but Pat Kingsley will no longer be Tom Cruise's agent at that time. Walking out of her client's mansion, Pat Kingsley looked back. She only hoped that her client would not be provoked and angered by reporters when he went out. After the night falls in Los Angeles, no one will go to the city center unless it is necessary. Like major cities in North America, the city center is generally a slum where a large number of people of color live, mainly African Americans. When it gets dark, there are almost no normal people walking on the street, and the night belongs to these black groups. Schroeder grew up in the city center of Los Angeles since he was a child, and naturally joined the local gang, making a living by wrestling small bags of powder every day. However, Schroeder did not start his own business today. One of his good friends told him that a movie starring their black compatriots was released. Not only was the leading actor black, but the male lead was Will Smith. Even his gang buddies, many of them watched the movie, and they all said it was very exciting. It was a movie about black people killing a lot of white people. He planned to take his girlfriend to watch it today, otherwise he would have no topic to brag to his younger brother in the future. It was impossible that the children who followed him to make a living had seen it, but he had not seen it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Schroeder took his girlfriend to the nearest cinema to the community. As soon as he entered the cinema hall, he was stunned by the huge crowd inside. Did his black compatriots like old movies since when? The cinema hall was crowded with black men and black girls queuing up. Schroeder took his girlfriend and squeezed to the ticket window with great effort. "Yo, brother, give me 2 tickets for that movie." "Yes, the one on the wall." Schroeder took out a handful of change and reached in through the window specially opened at the ticket office. He didn't care about the ticket counter surrounded by iron fences, even though the opening was only wide enough for him to put his hand in. It's not just the cinema. Any store near the African American community is basically welded shut with steel bars, leaving only a small opening for collecting money. Taking the movie ticket handed over by the ticket seller, Schroeder hugged his girlfriend and observed it for a while, then walked to a corner with few people, waiting for the movie to start. "Hey, Jennifer, believe me, this is the movie we black people should watch, not the kind of story about white guys saving the world." Schroeder waved the movie ticket in his hand and began to recommend the movie to his girlfriend. "Have you seen it? Many of my classmates have seen it. Those bixks have been talking about this movie at school these days. This girl named Jennifer is obviously underage, but the law obviously doesn't apply to this. Of course I haven't seen it yet. I just want to wait for you to join me." Schroeder hugged his girlfriend and the two kissed each other without paying attention to anyone around. No one around would care about Schroeder's wandering hands. Only some black guys were whistling. On the second floor of this cinema, manager Tang Di was accompanying Warner Brothers investigator Haywood to look downstairs. "You know, I can't believe that these guys don't go to sell cars, rob, and grab territory, but actually come to the cinema to watch movies together." Haywood has been repeating this sentence since the evening. Obviously, this situation exceeds his social cognition. The cinema manager is very calm. He has been surprised on Friday. He has been in this business for many years and has never seen such a situation. The publicity has triggered topics, and these topics have turned into attention. Tang Di's words reminded Haywood that the company only sent him to understand the situation, but he didn't expect the situation to be unexpectedly good. Attention will bring a rapid increase in box office. Look at these black guys. Who would have thought that these scum of society would know to queue up to enter the theater one day? Tang Di continued to sigh, but Haywood was in trouble at this time. He looked at the theater manager and said with some embarrassment, "Tang Di, you know I still have work to do. I want to ask you, can you guarantee my safety in this theater? What are you going to do?" Tang Di was a little surprised. Normally, in a theater like this, no white people would collect the opinions of those black moviegoers. As long as you don't provoke those people, you will be safe in the theater. "Okay, that's good." Haywood nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "The company sent me here. I can't just go back without knowing anything, right? Well, wait until this screening is over. I'll find someone to follow you, but I advise you to try not to have hope in these people. They won't understand what's good and what's bad about the movie." Downstairs, Schroeder hugged his girlfriend and walked forward in line. He didn't know why he had to line up. He didn't have this habit normally. Maybe it was just herd mentality. After handing the movie ticket to the ticket inspector, the two of them followed the large group of people into the theater. The seats here are very simple. Most of the red cloth covering the chairs has stains of various colors, making the original color of the already tattered seats unrecognizable. And a few of the chairs simply have no cloth at all, only an iron frame. Those who come in first can grab a more comfortable chair, and those who come in later can sit directly on those frames, and they don't mind. Schroeder was lucky. He took his girlfriend Jennifer to a corner. The two chairs here were in good condition, but there were some unspeakable marks on them. Hey, Jennifer, I bet at least a dozen girls have been raped here. Schroeder pressed hard on the marks under his buttocks. He was very familiar with this. The little bitches in our school boasted to me that they were here. They said it was very exciting. Jennifer curled her thick lips and cast her eyes on the big screen. Her family conditions are not very good. This is the first time she has come to such a place. It is hard to imagine that a 16-year-old girl has never been to a movie theater. However, if you go out and ask on the street, this kind of thing is not new. There are many people in these communities who have never been to a movie theater. The lights in the theater suddenly went out, and the title of Warner Brothers appeared on the big screen. When the lights went out, many guys whistled, and there were also women yelling and cursing. Even when the movie started, the theater didn't quiet down. Most people were chatting non-stop, and some guys with women couldn't wait to start eating. Schroeder didn't rush to tease the girl, but cast his eyes on the big screen. He was really curious about this movie. At the beginning of the story, when Will Smith appeared on the screen and made out with a white girl, all the black people seemed to have reached an emotional climax, and they all applauded loudly. Sometimes the brain circuits of these black people are really incomprehensible. 10 minutes after the movie started, there was basically no noise in the theater, and the story being played attracted everyone. Schroeder was also attracted. He stared at the screen and even ignored his girlfriend. As the story progressed, when the film was more than halfway through, Schroeder was awakened by the scolding. It turned out that the protagonist Chris was tied to a chair and was going to have his brain replaced. The audience here certainly cannot expect them to have any quality. After seeing Chris tied up, all kinds of ugly dirty words and even some black people slanged. When the male protagonist in the film began to kill, this group of black brothers began to cheer again, full of words such as good job and kill them. Schroeder stared at the screen until the end of the film. This movie touched him deeply and made him appreciate the charm of movies for the first time. The lights in the theater were on again, and everyone was walking out. When Schroeder went out, he found a white man standing at the door, and he would come forward to chat with people from time to time. When it was his turn, the white man walked up to him and asked him politely, "Hi, I'm the investigator of this film. This film was shot by our company. Can I ask you why you came to watch this film?" As usual, Haywood asked the black man he liked. If he looked too fierce, he would pretend not to see it. He didn't want to cause trouble and then be shot by someone. When he went out, Schroeder hugged his girlfriend and said nonchalantly, "Many people around me have seen it. Damn it, even those who sell leaf tobacco have seen it. If I haven't seen it, I will be very embarrassed in the gang. Thank you for the reward from the book, friends. Thank you for your support and encouragement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Weekly Champion. Haywood automatically filtered his words and asked again, "So do you think this movie is good? How do you feel after watching it?" "Yeah, it's very enjoyable, especially in the end. He knocked down a bunch of white guys. It was very cool." Schroeder recalled the scene he had just watched and imitated the action of the male protagonist stabbing his future father-in-law to death with his hands. "Okay, thank you." Haywood turned around and left after hearing the answer. He had already got what he wanted, and there was no need to waste time here. Schroeder looked at this strange white man and walked out of the theater with his girlfriend. Their life had just begun. Midnight in Los Angeles was equivalent to noon for normal people. On Monday morning, May 17th, 1992, the door of the Wayne Hotel was knocked at a high speed, and Nina, who looked confused, opened the door. "Why is it so early? The boss hasn't gotten up yet." Nina covered her mouth and yawned loudly, pointing to her boss's door. Last night, a local TV station in Phoenix recorded the boss and his team until 2 in the morning. "He is still asleep. Do you want me to wake him up?" Jimmy looked anxious, but he was grinning all the time. "I'll wait for him in the living room. Do you have coffee here?" After saying that, he ignored Nina, who looked confused and obviously still asleep, and sat on the sofa. "Coffee, yes." Nina walked to the coffee machine. She poured him a cup, and she didn't react until Jimmy took it and drank 2 sips. "Ah, Jimmy, aren't you supposed to be in Los Angeles? How did you rush here so early?" Jimmy opened his briefcase and yawned, as if he was infected by Nina. "Rush here? Of course. I left at 2 in the morning and ran here as soon as I got off the plane." As he was talking, the door of the master bedroom opened with a click, and Wayne also walked out in pajamas with a tired look on his face. Jimmy selectively ignored the beauty on his client's bed, stood up and grinned uncontrollably. "Wayne, I have to come over. Warner wanted to send you a fax, but I stopped them." He took out the information he got from Warner Brothers and handed it to his most important client. "Wake up, Director Greenberg. The media will go crazy for you today." He took the printed paper handed over by his agent and took a look at it, and his fatigue was instantly swept away. Starting from Saturday morning, the attendance rate of Get Out shown in 2,088 theaters increased dramatically, and it made $19.5 million in box office on Saturday alone. This is not the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing is that on Sunday, the box office figures actually exceeded Saturday, and it earned more than $20 million in the United States, reaching $20.35 million. The first week box office of Get Out was as high as $49.64 million, which is simply a miracle. This is a bit outrageous. The box office trend does not conform to the market rules at all. Normally, Monday is a working day, and the box office on Sunday must be lower than that on Saturday. In the North American cinema market, if a newly released film is not adapted from a novel, or is a sequel to a successful predecessor, Saturday is the day of the film's box office peak. Because the Friday, when the film is released, is a working day, and Sunday is also a working day, Saturday is the benchmark for measuring the box office of a film. But obviously Get Out did not follow this market rule, and the box office on Sunday actually grew inversely. Aha, are you also shocked? Jimmy was like a child eager to take credit, with a tone full of pride. "You have created a miracle, Wayne." Holding back his thumping heartbeat, Wayne sat down and repeatedly watched these sets of numbers. He thought that the box office of the film would not be low, but the film needed to slowly adapt to the market, and the box office would slowly increase. Unexpectedly, the box office of the film exploded in the first weekend. "Jimmy, do you have detailed data, statistics and analysis? There are some things I don't understand." Wayne took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and turned to ask his agent. "Of course." Jimmy took out 2 more sheets of printed paper from his bag and handed them to him. Wayne knew very well that according to all film types, his Get Out should be defined as a genre film, although he tried hard to make the film not niche. But such a large-scale R-rated genre film in a broad sense, even if it will have a good box office, will only grow slowly through word of mouth, because of the audience's reputation of the film. Sure enough, he found the answer from the investigation report of Warner Brothers. According to the feedback from the investigators randomly sent by Warner Brothers, most of the surrounding theaters in the African American community were full. Many gang members actually put aside their hatred for each other and walked into the theater together to watch the movie. This made Wayne himself feel incredible. "I was also very surprised when I first saw it." Jimmy sat next to him and pointed at the investigation report. "Do you know why those black people go to the movies so crazy? The reason is a bit ridiculous. It's because at the end of the movie, the black people killed all the white people, which made them feel very excited. Many people even bought tickets to watch the movie multiple times in 2 days. It's really a bit ridiculous, but no matter what the reason is, as long as the box office is high enough, there is nothing that can't be done." Also, Warner Brothers investigators found that this movie has become a trend in the African American community. Later, many audiences who went to the theater did so because someone around them had seen it. If they didn't go to the theater, they would be ridiculed by their friends. What else can Wayne say? This is a textbook promotion by Warner Brothers. They fully considered the glass-hearted nature of that group and used their mentality to get these black people to go to the theater again and again. You can actually ask Warner Brothers to fax it over so you don't have to go so far in person. Wayne looked at his agent, whose face was full of joy, but couldn't hide his tired state, and felt that he was a little too excited. No, I don't think you have time to rest. Warner Brothers has changed your schedule, and I want to accompany you. Jimmy put away the smile on his face, and talked about business. What? I don't need to promote it all over the United States? Yes, bring Holberry with you, and come back to Los Angeles with me. Vanity Fair wants to do a special interview with you. Jimmy started to get excited again, waving his arms unconsciously while talking. Do you know what this means? This means that your fame will become bigger. No one will say you are a novice director anymore. When they mention Wayne Greenberg, they will speak with respect. You are not far from being a top director in Hollywood. Looking at Jimmy, who was getting more and more outrageous, Wayne calmly interrupted him. Hey, don't think too much, Jimmy. The achievements of a director are never exaggerated by the media. We must be sober. I'm still far from being a top director in Hollywood. At this moment, the door was knocked again. After Nina opened the door, she saw Naomi Watts and Will Smith walked in with their agents. Hey, Naomi, Will, aren't you sleepy so early? When Wayne saw them, he thought of the yawns he had when recording the show last night. Wayne, today is Monday. Will Smith gave him a hug excitedly and then took the newspaper from his agent. Look, the whole country is talking about us now. Who can still sleep? Will Smith saw the Los Angeles Times in his hand, with a headline in large letters. Wayne Greenberg swept the market with the movie Get Out. I've got the news. Wayne shrugged and asked everyone to sit down. Just to tell you, I won't go to the promotional event in the next city. I have to rush back to Los Angeles. Hey, bro, let's not talk about that first. Don't you want to see how the media reports you? Will Smith opened the newspaper and read it out loud. Wayne Greenberg, the director whose first full-length feature film grossed over $100 million worldwide, is coming on strong this week with his new film Get Out. This R-rated film opened in 2,088 theaters on Friday and grossed $49.64 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, landing directly at the top of this week's box office rankings, sweeping the North American theater market. Director Wayne Greenberg's two debut films have created a terrifying return on investment. This young director with a strong personal style is very good at creating miracles of small gains and big gains. The first week box office of Get Out exceeded the production cost by 10 times. Warner Brothers' absolute trust in him has also created a foreseeable large amount of revenue for himself. Will Smith read this with a wink, tucked the newspaper under his armpit, and clapped his hands first, and everyone in the room clapped for Wayne. Brother, congratulations. Honey, congratulations. Director Greenberg, Mr. Congratulations on your success. Wayne saw the smiles on the faces of the people around him, and he also smiled and raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Thank you, Will, Naomi. He looked at the still young Will Smith and Naomi Watts, whose face was full of collagen. The success of this film is not just my credit, but the result of the hard work of all of us. So, don't just praise me, think about yourselves. Of course, we all understand that you are the core and leader of this project. Wayne, you deserve these praises. Will Smith pressed him on the sofa and continued to pick up the newspaper. Okay, I haven't finished reading yet, guys. Let's continue. Get Out is a script written by director Wayne Greenberg himself. The logic, sociality, and metaphors for racial issues shown in it are worthy of deep thought by all viewers who have watched this film. Chapter 83 Copying Homework. According to the news obtained by our reporter from Warner Brothers, Wayne Greenberg is not just a director, he also served as the screenwriter and producer of the film, including the post-production editing of the film. He is the leader of this series of work. Warner Brothers' absolute trust in the director allowed Wayne Greenberg to participate in the entire production process of the film, and the final film became very personal in the director's style. After the trial of Happy Death Day, Wayne Greenberg added more dark element and large-scale shots in his second film. These stories triggered by the evil side of human nature have rarely won the support of the general public. In addition, famous film critics Todd McCarthy and Kenneth Turan both recommended the film in their columns. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times also gave the film 2 thumbs up. Roger Ebert believes that this film, which was shot with very little financial cost, has a milestone significance. He set a benchmark for later thrillers, and told future directors that thrillers can also be made from this angle. Although there are still a small number of fans who don't like this film, and even have serious disgust, these fans think that the core of the film's story is too depressing, and the bloody scenes at the end are also disgusting. However, these controversies did not affect the choice of most fans. Controversy will arouse people's interest, and make more fans walk into the theater with curiosity. Now the only thing Warner Brothers needs to worry about is whether the R rating of the film will affect the subsequent audience's choice. After all, no parents will take their children to see an R-rated movie on the weekend. Ranked second in the box office rankings this weekend is Far From Home, directed by Ron Howard and starring Tom Cruise and his wife. This film depicts a 19th century farmer and a village girl eloping for love. This weekend, the box office totaled $22.37 million. After the film made $9.98 million on the first day of Friday, the attendance rate gradually declined, and only $6.94 million were earned on Saturday, and only $5.45 million on Sunday. Naomi Watts heard this, and hugged Wayne happily. "Did you hear that? We beat Tom Cruise. This is unbelievable." Naomi Watts was indeed happy that the film beat Tom Cruise at the box office, but what made her even happier was that the film she starred in beat Nicole Kidman's film. In the future, when people discuss Australian female stars, they will definitely not only mention Mrs. Cruise. She will never forget how Nicole Kidman looked down on her at the hometown party when she first arrived in Hollywood. "Okay, Naomi, we'll put down those damn newspapers. I'm going back to Los Angeles. When your promotional activities are over, we'll have a party together to celebrate." Wayne patted the blonde beauty who was holding him, said hello to them again, and went back to the bedroom to change clothes and prepare to rush back to Los Angeles. Halle Berry looked at the happy people and leaned against the bedroom door without saying a word. At this time, she suddenly realized that she was an outsider. They were a team, and she was the only outsider. She was very jealous of Naomi Watts' luck. If the first film only made the Australian woman a little famous, then after this film, the Australian woman would definitely be considered a star. The Hollywood circle is very complicated, but also simple and direct. The production company will not care who you are, but only look at your box office performance. For this kind of heroine who has starred in 2 consecutive hit films, some production companies will hold the script and offer a high price to invite her. She has gone through the time when no one cares about her, and she has become a star in one step. "Harry, have you packed your things?" Wayne changed into a suit and turned back to call Halle Berry, who was in a daze. "I don't have anything to pack. I can leave at any time." Halle Berry pulled up her suitcase and took a deep look at the radiant Naomi Watts before following Wayne out. After rushing from the hotel to the airport, Halle Berry put on an eye mask after getting on the plane. Naomi Watts' proud look today made her unforgettable. She wore a blindfold and encouraged herself secretly. Since she was an outsider, she would try her best to integrate into Wayne's team. Although even her current identity was only part of the deal, she was confident that she would get something beyond the deal. From Los Angeles to New York, from New York to Boston, and then to Phoenix, where they were now. Wherever Naomi Watts went, she would be sought after by a large number of fans and interviewed by various media reporters. The reason for all this was not because of the man next to her. Since Naomi Watts had proved that this was a shortcut to success, it would be okay for her to copy the homework, right? Halle Berry clenched her fists tightly. As long as she could handle the man next to her, as long as she got on his boat, she could let him take her along in his continuous success. She had been in contact with this new Hollywood director next to her for several months, and she thought she had a good understanding of his temper. Wayne was very good to the people around him. Sergey and Nina, his two closest people, offered them salaries that would make even white-collar workers on Wall Street cry. This is a man who takes good care of his people, but it is very difficult to become his own. Holberry has tried countless times, and has also tested countless times. Even when playing those humiliating games with him, Wayne never let go. During the time she lived in the manor, Holberry tried every way to make herself the mistress of the manor, but Wayne always stayed awake and never hesitated. Harry, hey, honey, we are here. Wayne's words interrupted her thinking along the way. Taking off the blindfold, Holberry squinted her eyes to adapt to the light, got off the plane in silence, and followed them out of the airport. Sergey, don't go home first, go directly to the Burbank Warner building. Wayne opened the car door and said to Sergey, who was putting the luggage in the trunk. Looking at this man who seemed to be sweet talking, but actually kept his mind clear at all times, Holberry forced a smile, leaned beside him and said, honey, I have to meet with my agent in a while, so I won't accompany you. I will go back to the manor by myself after that. Okay, be safe. Wayne was now full of work and had no intention of caring about this black pearl. Seeing that he didn't even raise his head, Holberry kissed him gently on the face and got out of the car. She watched Sergey drive away before she called her agent Julian. Since she left CAA and signed with William Morris Julian, this agent has almost never played a role. Now she needs this agent to give her some advice. Not long after, a red Chevrolet stopped beside her, and Holberry opened the door and got in. Harry, Agent Julian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at this black pearl and asked, why are you looking for me so urgently? Holberry put her handbag next to her legs, turned around to fasten her seatbelt, and looked up at her agent. They were strangers to each other. Apart from meeting a few times, they usually communicated by phone. Drive first, let's find a place to sit. The red Chevrolet started again, and Holberry observed her agent along the way. Julian had more than one client, but none of them were famous, which was the point, that she could make the other party help her wholeheartedly. After a while, the car stopped at a gas station, and they got out of the car and walked into the restaurant of the gas station. Julian, I think you should understand my situation. Holberry picked up the coffee and stirred it with a spoon. I was confused at the time, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. What do you think? Julian was stunned for a moment after hearing her words. In fact, she had basically given up on this client. She understood that Holberry's current situation was basically to finish the work assigned by Warner Brothers and then disappear in Hollywood with a small amount of money. No one would work with such an actor again, and she would not even get a supporting role. No producer or director would be willing to use a beautiful snake who could bite him at any time, but this beautiful snake didn't have a brain. Harry, what do you think? Julian wanted to see what she was going to do. Holberry put down the coffee in her hand, looked into her agent's eyes and said, Wayne Greenberg and Warner Brothers have promised me that they will give me a role after the matter is over and give me a chance to start over. TSK. Julian couldn't help laughing. Don't be silly, Harry, you haven't seen through this circle yet, have you? In my opinion, you have done a good job by leaving here peacefully and not letting them turn against each other afterwards. What if I say that I'm sure that Wayne Greenberg will leave a role for me in his next project? Holberry had no expression, her eyes never left the other person's face, and her words were very confident. This is the experience she has summed up during this period. Wayne usually doesn't promise anything casually, but once he promises, he will never turn his face against you. Since the man enjoyed her service with peace of mind, it means that he recognized her efforts. His principle of doing things is that, since you have paid, I will give you a reward. He is definitely a trustworthy person in this regard. Just look at Naomi Watts. Julian looked at his client from head to toe, as if getting to know her all over again. What do you need from me? Chapter 84. The sweetness should be given little by little. What do you need me to do? Holberry slowly laughed when she heard this. I'm sure I can get the role in Wayne Greenberg's next project. You know what this means. Holberry leaned forward and lowered her voice. For such a director who has been successful continuously, I believe countless people want to work with him, but I only have this one chance. With my dedication to him during this period of time, I'm at most a pet to relieve his boredom in his eyes. Don't think he looks resolute and handsome. In fact, he is very utilitarian and his mind is always clear. I need you to help me find a way to change from a pet to the mistress of Greenberg Manor. Julian thought that this black pearl was crazy after hearing this. She was not satisfied with the opportunity to turn over and even wanted to get more. However, she still thought about the feasibility of the matter before she said, "We can only give it a try, and we can't let him feel disgusted with you, otherwise you will lose more." She didn't care about what Allberry called her at all. What's wrong with a pet? In Hollywood now, actresses who want to be pets for that director may have to line up. I don't want to have only this one chance. Even if I don't become the mistress of that manor, I have to find a way to get into his circle. Naomi Watts did this. At least I have to make him fascinated by me for a while. I can see that I meet his aesthetic standards. Allberry stated her purpose. She hoped that her agent could help her come up with some ideas and solutions. We can start with the simplest goal. Julian looked at this black beauty. She had very good innate conditions. She had a curvy figure without looking bloated. Her face was also very pleasing. Most importantly, she was not pure black. Harry, let's talk about how you usually get along. You have to know that it is difficult to keep a man interested in you all the time, but you can think of ways to extend this time. Allberry thought about it and then sadly found that except for going to bed with him, it seemed that they didn't have much private time to spend together. Okay. Seeing Allberry's embarrassment, Julian shrugged. You are a beautiful woman. It is not difficult to deliberately please a man, but you have to be careful not to let him get everything at once. Julian told her his advice, which was his own life experience. Seeing that Allberry didn't seem to understand, she resisted the urge to roll her eyes, leaned forward, and said in a low voice, "What I mean is, you have to give him the sweetness little by little, such as your sexy lips. If he is not interested in normal means, he is considering axes. Do you understand? You have to make men feel expected." After saying that, she retracted her upper body, picked up the coffee and spoon, and gently turned them, making a ding-ding sound. "Julian, don't make that sound." Allberry noticed the agent's action and pointed at the coffee in her hand. "I guess you definitely didn't watch Get Out." Julian took a big sip of coffee, and she knew that her client had understood what she meant. "Okay, I'll go see what's so good about this movie later." She took out the money and put it on the table, looked up and asked Allberry, "That's it for now. You can call me if you have something. Do you want me to take you?" "Of course, take me to Greenberg Manor." Allberry picked up his handbag and followed her out to the car. The red Chevrolet car drove all the way to Beverly Hills. The two of them didn't talk much on the way. Obviously, they were thinking about what happened today. It wasn't until the car stopped at the entrance of Greenberg Manor that Allberry whispered, "If I can become famous, I will never change my agent. It will be good for you to help me. You are my client, Harry." Julian turned his head and looked at the black beauty. "You have very good innate conditions. Of course, I hope you can become famous. Harry, if possible, help me introduce Wayne to him." Hearing this, Allberry blurted out, "You can't poach Wayne Greenberg. I mean, you have no chance at all. You don't understand his trust in Jimmy. Jimmy is a friend who has grown up with him. He is a friend. Do you understand what I mean?" "You misunderstood." Julian certainly knew that there was no chance now, but who could say what would happen in the future? A successful director who is in the prime of his creative period has too many things to represent. "Harry, I just want to get to know you." Allberry took one last look at her, opened the car door, and walked to the gate of the manor. The security guard opened the big iron gate and let her in. Julian was in no hurry to leave. She looked at the huge manor and thought about what she could get from Allberry. In the president's office of the Warner Brothers building, Wayne sat with several Warner executives. He came directly from the airport to discuss the screening of Get Out. "Jeff, our film is doing very well now. Can we contact the theaters to expand our screening scale?" Seeing that everyone was there, Wayne took the initiative to give his suggestion. He signed a contract with a profit-sharing clause for this film. He was willing to try anyway to increase the box office figures of the film. I'll call them, Wayne. Jeff Robinoff said. The film is doing so well now, so expanding the screening scale is certain. It's just a matter of how many theaters to add. Wayne nodded. He believed that Warner Brothers had the ability to do so. The box office was very good now, and the theaters would be happy to increase the screening scale. It's best to contact the film processing factory and arrange it as soon as possible. He reminded the Warner executive. No matter how popular this film is, it can't change the nature of it being a genre film, a horror thriller, and the screening cycle. Everyone in the room understood what he meant. Such a film, no matter how attractive it is, can't escape the laws of the market, and the screening cycle is much shorter, which can't be compared with mainstream commercial films. The only way is to take advantage of the popularity of the film and promote it through the media to drive the audience into the theater as soon as possible. The company changed your schedule. No one expected the box office to explode in the first weekend. Jimmy told you, right? You will be interviewed by Vanity Fair tomorrow. Jeff watched the young director light a cigarette skillfully. He frowned and continued, I know you don't like to be in contact with the media, but Wayne, these are inevitable. Don't worry, they will communicate with you in advance about the questions they want to ask. Now your name is very popular, and many people are curious about what kind of young person you are. Let's see the follow-up results. If it is very good, the company will try to arrange for you to appear on Time magazine. This is the media ability of an old giant. Others may think that landing on the cover of Time magazine is a very difficult thing, but for Warner Brothers, as long as there is a profit drive, it is not too simple. Wayne nodded silently with a cigarette in his mouth. These things are also very beneficial to him. Warner Brothers arranged these things, which may not be without the intention of praising him and winning him over. Your current girlfriend is African American, which is a very good gimmick. Kevin Tsujihara saw Jeff finished speaking, and he spoke while thinking. You should have seen the survey report. The theaters in the African American community are full of Get Out every day, and the attendance rate is still very high. We should make full use of this. Have you watched Oprah's show? Oprah Winfrey? To be honest, this African American woman named Oprah Winfrey is very famous. Even if you haven't watched her talk show, you have heard of this person. She is completely different from her compatriots. This is an extremely smart black person, and she is also very rich. Not only does she host Oprah talk show, she is also an actor and producer. Later, because she controlled Harp Entertainment Group, her personal net worth was nearly $3 billion. Since you know her, you should understand her role. We can operate a talk show in your last episode. Kevin Tsujihara touched his chin and said to him while thinking. Wayne didn't like this black woman. Her program routine was very obvious, that is, secretly collecting information about the guest's sadness and then playing it on the show. When the guests can't stand the sadness, she will turn into a caring elder sister to comfort the injured guests. Oprah's hug is very famous. However, he would not delay work because of his personal likes and dislikes. As long as Warner Brothers arranged something that was beneficial to the film, he would accept it. I'm available anytime. Just arrange it and communicate with Jimmy. The matter was almost settled, and Wayne and his group were ready to go back. He didn't get a good rest yesterday, and he had to catch a flight back to Los Angeles today. He wanted to go back early to catch up on his sleep. But when they went downstairs, Serge's car hadn't arrived yet, and John hurried down and called him up again. What happened again? Wayne asked John while waiting for the elevator. Let's talk about it when we go upstairs. John saw the elevator coming and led him in. Damn it, can't it be smooth? Jimmy muttered softly and followed them into the elevator. Jimmy, this is Hollywood. There is competition all the time. I thought long ago that things would never go smoothly. Wayne also felt bored. He hadn't had a proper rest for a long time. From the start of filming to post-production, and then the promotional activities flying all over the United States, the busy work and the constant problems made him very tired mentally and physically. When he returned to the office he had just left, Jeff was frowning and thinking about something. When he saw him sitting opposite him, he told him what had happened. We just got the news that tomorrow there will be a publicity campaign that is not good for the film and you. Jeff looked at him and took a sip of the cold coffee on the table. Chapter 85 Just disgusting. There is a saying in Hollywood that you should never overestimate the moral standards of a production company, especially when two films compete for the market. In order to increase the box office, competitors will do anything that will not surprise people. Our people have received news that tomorrow there will be media that will hype the ending of Get Out unfavorably and guide the mainstream public to boycott this film. Sure enough, it came. Wayne knew that the other party would not give up so easily. Listening to Jeff's words, he knew that the other party could not do much, and the only thing left was to smear the film. Is Universal Pictures going to take action personally? He raised his head and asked with a frown. This is very important. According to common sense, giants should not engage in malicious competition without bottom line. No, the news I got is that the main contact with those media is Pat Kingsley, Tom Cruise's agent, but it is not ruled out that Universal Pictures also intervened. In fact, Jeff doesn't care much about the other party's tricks. Every Hollywood movie that can be a big hit has emerged from various competitors. If your movie sells well, it means that I need to lose money. Moreover, this kind of small trick that cannot be shown on the table may not necessarily affect the choice of many people. Warner Brothers is not a pushover. Jeff, will the impact be big? Wayne asked with a serious expression, leaning forward slightly. He didn't understand everything. He was devoted to film production, and Wayne could only guess other things, based on hearsay from his previous life. Normally, no, since we have received the news, the impact will not be very big. Don't underestimate Warner's public relations ability. What those people can do is nothing more than to seize the controversy at the end of your film, to guide the general public to dislike the film. After all, the mainstream audience has never been a minority. There was no tension in Jeff's tone. He had seen a lot of such things. As far as the means used in film competition were concerned, this was just a small trick that was not even superficial. After a pause, Jeff looked at the young director and continued, "It's mainly about you. I'm afraid you're too young. You'll be influenced by the gossip tabloids tomorrow. No one can please everyone. Maybe someone will give you the title of white skin and black heart. Don't let these things disrupt your mentality. Continue to participate in the publicity plan formulated by Warner, and leave the rest to the company." "No problem." Wayne tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "Are you sure it was done by the land of the earth? There's no point in them doing this, right? They should understand that this kind of trick can't solve the problem at all. As long as there is a little possibility, it's enough." Jeff shook his head with a smile on his face. "Even if everyone understands it, it doesn't mean they have to give up directly. This kind of thing, even if it can only cause us a little trouble, their goal has been achieved. Yes, anyway, it's just a little news. The cost is very low. Even if there is no effect, they won't lose anything. If it were me, I wouldn't give up the opportunity to try. Well, I'll go back and rest first. There's nothing wrong with me. The rest is up to you." Wayne stood up and said politely, and led people out of the building. After returning to the manor, Wayne came to the balcony on the third floor and sat on his favorite recliner. He drank black tea and looked out the window while relaxing his mind. From this little thing, it can be clearly seen that the other party has few means to use. In the final analysis, it is still the box office of the film that is not competitive. If the box office of Far From Home can be similar to that of Get Out, I believe Universal Pictures will personally intervene. Now that they know that the film has failed, they will not invest too much resources to compete without bottom line. After all, the cost effectiveness of doing these things is too low. "Boss." Nina walked to the third floor and saw him thinking about the problem. She called him softly. Seeing him looking at her, she continued, "The accountant called me." Oh, it was old Howard, not his son. "What's wrong?" "Regarding your tax return problem, I remember telling you once in April. At that time, you were too busy, so I said to let Howard handle it." Nina felt that her boss was really careless. This matter that was particularly important to everyone, but he didn't care at all. Wayne suddenly remembered that April 15th of every year is the tax filing day in North America, and Nina seemed to have told him so. "What's wrong? Isn't the remaining money enough?" "I remember that the remaining money should be enough, right?" "Yes, it's enough." Nina opened her notebook and took a look, then looked up at her boss. Howard took a series of tax avoidance measures, but still paid millions of dollars. He suggested that you register a charity foundation, even if it is only used to avoid taxes. That's it for now. When I'm done with this period of time, remember to remind me. Wayne waved to her and turned to look out the window. He heard the door close after the assistant left, and within 2 minutes, he heard the door open again. Nina, what's the matter again? Turning around, he found that it was not the assistant who came in, but the Black Pearl Holberry. She was wearing an ultra-thin tight leather jacket and the same black high heels, which set off her curvy figure. She wore a lace mask on her eyes and a pair of cat ears on her head. Most importantly, she wore a leather collar around her neck, connected to a leash in her hand. After Holberry came in, she gently closed the door behind her and began to crawl towards Wayne like a kitten. Wayne sat on the balcony with a big horse and a golden knife, watching the performance of this Black Pearl. Harry, I remember you don't seem to like playing this kind of game very much. Wayne put his hands on his shoulders and tilted his head to look at her as she came to him. He obviously found that the Black Pearl's body trembled unnaturally. It seemed that her shame was still there, and she was afraid of being seen by people outside. After all, it was broad daylight now. No, I just didn't get used to it before, but now I have slowly liked it. Holberry, I have thought of a new trick. Can you see the difference? Holberry sat at Wayne's feet, raised her head and slowly licked her lips. Wayne noticed her, which made him smile excitedly. The game lasted until dark. Wayne, feeling refreshed, leaned back on the recliner. Holberry might be a little exhausted, lying in his arms with a tired face. Harry, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Wayne never believed that a person would insult him for no reason to please others. You did a good job. What do you want in return? Harry endured some physical pain, pretended to enjoy it, and looked up at Wayne's chin. Your work just won the box office championship. This is a gift I prepared for you. How about it? Are you satisfied? She knew that she had to speed up to please the other party. Otherwise, after 2 weeks when the popularity of the film went down, she would be driven out of the manor by the other party, and then she might really get nothing. Speak about the matter, Harry. Wayne picked up the cold black tea, drank it in big gulps, and glanced at the woman lying on his chest. Do you remember that you said in my apartment that if I performed well, you would give me a role in a new project and a chance to start over? Wayne slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. It turned out that this woman saw that the film had been released and her mission was about to end, and she was afraid that he would turn his face against her. He understood Black Pearl's feelings. He had also experienced this feeling of not being able to control his own destiny for a short time. In fact, he had just had some initiative with 2 films. She could rely on her own efforts to fight for the opportunity to succeed, which was definitely not a bad thing, even if the way of working hard was a little different. This kind of effort is definitely a common phenomenon in Hollywood, and it is also a kind of rule of the game. Wayne turned his head and figured out everything. Holberry did not have rich parents, nor did she have a sugar daddy like a Hollywood big shot. Even because of her own death, she now had no one willing to take care of her. A girl like her with a very good figure and face, seeing that she might leave Hollywood soon, would naturally use some special methods. And all she could give was her body and dignity. I keep my word, don't worry. Wayne held her hand and patted her back gently. I don't care what Warner promised you, but I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. The premise is that you don't have any crooked thoughts and stay as my girlfriend until the plan is over. Holberry got the promise she wanted, and she suppressed her joy and looked at Wayne tenderly. Dear, you know my feelings. I'm willing to be your girlfriend forever. Harry. Wayne interrupted her. The game just now made him feel good, and he didn't want to ruin his good mood so quickly. I said, don't have any crooked thoughts. Do you understand? I understand. I just told you my feelings, and my words will always work for you. Wayne let out a long breath, let go of the woman, sat up from the recliner, and lit a cigarette. He never believed what this woman said, and he didn't have the halo of a brainless person. Go to bed early. I have to get up early tomorrow for an interview. You go with me. After fully relaxing his body and mind, Wayne slept until dawn. Looking at the black beauty curled up beside him, His only regret last night was that he forgot to record the game process. It's not a big problem. There is still time and opportunity. Wayne muttered to himself, got up and started to wash up. As a person who aims to be a big director, he must shoot some wonderful videos by himself and put them in the safe. When he is older, he can still reminisce about his youth. Chapter 86. Those details. After Wayne came out of the bathroom, he saw Hallberry was still asleep, called her, and went downstairs to have breakfast. Good morning, Hella. What do you have for breakfast? He asked his housekeeper as he walked to the restaurant. Chinese style has steamed buns. Everyone likes this kind of Chinese hamburger, especially the security guards. There are also fried eggs, bacon, and milk. When he walked into the restaurant, Nina was already eating and reading the newspaper. Seeing her boss come in, she handed him a few newspapers. The mainstream media is fine. The entertainment section is generally reporting on our film, but some tabloids. Nina shook her head and looked at his face worriedly. Wayne had been mentally prepared. He opened the newspaper while drinking milk. As Jeff said, the tabloids were full of attacks on him. Saying that he was white-skinned and black-hearted was already a polite way of saying that he was a traitor. He took a look at the newspaper and threw it aside. He didn't mind it and began to concentrate on eating breakfast. Honey, what's the news? They're all praising our film. Hallberry yawned, walked to Wayne, took a sip of the prepared milk. She picked up the Los Angeles Times on the table and turned directly to the entertainment section. This report is quite interesting, Wayne. Those small details of Get Out that can't be missed. Take a look at this. Is it okay for them to report like this? Will it leak information about the film? Hearing her mention that it would leak information about the film, Wayne tilted his head and took a look at the report. Normally, no media would do this. All Hollywood media have a tacit understanding that no matter how they report on a film, they will never reveal the main information before the film is off the shelves. And big media like the Los Angeles Times would never do this. He scanned it from beginning to end, and it really didn't reveal too much of the plot, but simply introduced those hidden details. This will make fans who haven't seen it more curious, and fans who have seen it once may also check the newspaper and go back to the theater to watch it again. This report is a bit interesting, well written. It seems that the reporter who wrote this has watched the film carefully. Seeing some of the introductions in the report, he felt a little interested. The movie Get Out was released on a large scale last weekend. It overturned Far From Home starring Tom Cruise and won the first box office championship for the first week with a terrifying figure of $49.64 million. Although this is a horror thriller, there are many details involving racial discrimination and black humor that are worth pondering. Many movie fans may not notice these details, which leads to a lack of viewing fun. The following are various small details sorted out by our reporter Bella Grant after attending the premiere. Audience fans can combine some of them to watch the movie more interestingly. 1. When Chris, the male protagonist, and Rose, the female protagonist, were together, Rose drove the car because Chris had always been traumatized by the death of his mother, which made him afraid to drive too. Regarding the police wanting to check Chris's ID, but Rose refused to let him. You will definitely know why when you see the back. If you noticed it in the front, you will have a feeling of sudden enlightenment after reading it. 3. When Rose's father Dean introduced Chris to the photo of his grandfather, he said that he lost to the black man in the running at the sports meeting, so his grandfather was obsessed with the black man's body and still insisted on running and exercising at night. Well written. This reporter is very measured. This report will only arouse a curiosity of fans. Is there any excessive disclosure of the story? Nina had just seen this report. She pointed to the Los Angeles Times and said, "Her name is Bella Grant. She interviewed you twice. Don't you remember?" Wayne picked up a large piece of scrambled eggs with a fork and put it in his mouth, looking at the assistant with a puzzled look. "Pa." Nina clapped her hands and changed her words. The reporter with long blonde hair, thin waist and big breasts on the day of the premiere. "Oh, of course I remember." Wayne remembered it all at once. The reporter should have been a model or an actor. She wasted her capital. Seeing her boss's look, Nina almost couldn't help rolling her eyes. She usually followed Wayne wherever he went, but everyone always ignored this mediocre looking assistant, so she knew her boss's personality too well. And she often lived here. Just look at Allberry's high-pitched voice last night. It's hard not to let people know. But the two of them also like to play those special games. Sometimes Nina can be seen from the balcony when she walks the dog in the garden. After breakfast, Wayne took his assistant and Allberry to Century City. Jimmy would meet them in advance. At 9:30 in the morning, Wayne was like a wooden man, being manipulated by the photographer in a simple studio. He did not deliberately change his clothes before coming here. He still wore his usual style, a decent dark suit, and refused the tie, provided by the photographer. Before the photo shoot, except for a simple make-up, there was no difference from usual. He is not an actor. After all, the director is a behind-the-scenes profession that speaks through the work, so he does not particularly care about his image in front of the camera. Jimmy followed him while he was shooting the cover and explained to him the issues that he should pay attention to when accepting interviews. I have communicated with them. There should be no questions that should not appear, but you should also pay attention. If it involves sensitive questions, you can choose not to answer. Wayne nodded, indicating that he remembered everything, and then was quickly posed in another pose by the photographer. Jenna Pera, the editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair, who was going to interview him today, was also in a corner of the studio, silently watching the young director. He was like a piece of gold that suddenly appeared. Before people around him noticed him, he had already broken free from the mud and sand that buried him, and released the light that belonged to gold. There is no shortage of sudden geniuses in Hollywood. Most of these flashes of genius are actors and stars, and directors are a rare type. Jenna understood that there were no geniuses in the job of director, but this job required too much accumulation. If there was not enough knowledge and experience reserves for those novice directors who succeeded by chance, the next film waiting for them would be a more severe failure. She was wondering what kind of person Wayne Greenberg was. At least from the current point of view, he was definitely not the kind of young man who got lucky. No one could be favored by God twice in a row. She noticed the black girl following the director. As the media reported, this was a very charming girl. Without getting close to observe carefully, you can be sure that she is a stunner. Jenna knew these girls. She didn't believe that Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg would be so kind as to let a woman who had bitten her be his girlfriend. This was just to fool the public, especially the African American community. Fairy tales definitely exist in the world, but they are least likely to appear in Hollywood. There is no shortage of women with such thoughts here. If they come up to him and want to make a fortune, they will have to bear the consequences that may crush them if they fail. Okay, it's done. Thank you for your cooperation, Director Greenberg. The photographer's voice came, and Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like a human doll, being manipulated into various images by the photographer. He smiled politely at the photographer, walked to Nina, picked up the water cup, and drank half of it. We will wait for you here after you go in. If there is any problem that you can't handle, you can call me. Remember, some media reports on you are very bad now. When it comes to racial issues, they will all be pushed to the film. Watching his client finish drinking the water, Jimmy took the opportunity to remind him while retouching his make-up. Although they had communicated in advance, no one could guarantee that these people would abide by the agreement. I know, if I can't handle it, I will pause and come out to ask for your opinion. Wayne whispered to his agent, his eyes fixed on the woman who was walking towards him. I'm Jenna, responsible for your exclusive interview today, Director Greenberg. We'll start right away when we are ready. The woman was dressed in a decent professional suit, and Wayne found that her skirt should have been shortened intentionally, revealing her thighs wrapped in stockings. Although she should be over 30 years old, her figure and face were well maintained. She smiled and stretched out her right hand. Wayne gently shook her hand and said, "Call me Wayne, we can start anytime." He walked into the room in the studio under the leadership of the editor-in-chief. After entering, Wayne found that this should be a room specially used for interviews. There was nothing else, except two warm big sofas and a small round table in the middle. He sat on the sofa with Jenna face to face, watching her take out a notebook and a pen, and a small camera next to her. Then shall we start? Jenna prepared her things and asked with a smile at Wayne. Okay, no problem. Jenna picked up the pen and glanced at the working camera with an approachable expression on her face. Director Greenberg, congratulations on your film Get Out, which won the box office championship last weekend. This is your second box office championship, right? Wayne nodded. Thank you. Yes, this is my second box office championship. He never hesitated to show his pride for the personal honors he had achieved. In this society, so-called modesty is not recognized. Jenna glanced at the box office figures recorded in advance on the notebook and continued to ask in a more enthusiastic voice, did you expect the box office to explode in the first weekend of the film? We all know that the cost of this film is not high. Chapter 87 Vanity Fair. Wayne smiled and nodded in Jenna's expectant eyes. Yes, I didn't expect such a big surprise. When I saw the data Jimmy gave me, I thought my agent was joking with me. I still find it incredible until now. I have a hunch that the film will be liked by many fans, but I didn't expect the audience's enthusiasm to be so high. This is a masterpiece among thrillers. Congratulations. Jenna used words to get closer to him again. That's not what I said. It's what the famous film critic Roger Ebert said about you. Thank you, but this is not my credit alone. Wayne shrugged. The fact that this film can be liked by fans is the result of the joint efforts of the entire crew. Speaking of the crew's work, Jenna changed the subject. We all know that you ran into a huge trouble right after you started filming. Did that fuss have a big impact on the crew's work? No, everyone believes me. They all understand me and know that I won't look at anyone with prejudice. This incident did not affect our work progress. In the end, we even completed the filming task ahead of schedule. After answering this question, the smile on Wayne's face disappeared. He was reminding Jenna that he didn't like questions in this regard. The matter had passed, and all the benefits had fallen. He didn't want to mention it again. Looking at the changing expression of the young director opposite, Jenna changed the subject very cleverly. I heard that you were a top student before you graduated. Was the film Happy Death Day born because of your graduation work? Yes, that was my first feature film. Wayne leaned back slightly and found a more comfortable posture. I remember that we encountered a lot of difficulties, but the film was completed despite the bumps and bruises. Jenna looked at him and continued, it is undoubtedly a great film. You took it to the St. Denis Film Festival, right? Wayne understood what she meant. She should have read his information in detail in advance, otherwise she would not have led the topic to this. But it is not impossible to talk about it. After all, the film was a huge success in the end. Yes, I hope to find a suitable distributor at the St. Denis Film Festival. Things didn't go smoothly, right? I remember that the distributor of Happy Death Day was 20th Century Fox. Jenna saw that he was willing to talk about this topic, so she continued to guide him. Wayne recalled his memories at the film festival and was also very touched. During the worst days, he once wanted to give up. Things didn't go smoothly. Our film was very popular at the film festival, but no distribution company was willing to buy it. They didn't even give us a chance to talk. He paused and calmed down. At that time, I had considered selling the film at a loss, or even for free, as long as someone was willing to distribute it. Until now, I'm still grateful to 20th Century Fox. Without them, Happy Death Day would not be able to appear in theaters. Even if you are no longer working with them? Yes, I didn't cooperate with Fox this time, but this is just a business issue and does not affect my gratitude to them. Wayne's tone was firm, and his words were half true and half false. Especially Mr. Townsend Rothman, I have never forgotten his support for me. Jenna shook her head, with a gloating tone in her tone. I think those distribution companies that rejected you realized what they missed after seeing the box office of the film. I heard that the film Happy Death Day finally brought you $30 million in revenue. Is this true? Of course, there is nothing to hide. His face was frank, and he did not avoid the topic of film revenue. I sold all the overseas rights and subsequent filming rights of the film to 20th Century Fox. I would like to mention here that I paid taxes. Oh my god, a film can bring you tens of millions of dollars in income. This is simply the American dream happening around us. Jenna raised her hand to cover her mouth, her face full of surprise. Wayne thought that the editor-in-chief should choose to be an actor. In his eyes, the other party's performance was very natural, as if it was really the first time he heard the news. He understood the routine of these reporters a little, that is, to win your favor through questions, language, and expressions, and then guide you to say what they want. After Jenna continued to ask a few questions about the first film, she suddenly changed the subject. The first week box office of Get Out was very successful. This has exceeded the production cost 10 times. Are you proud of your film that can beat Tom Cruise? Here it is. As soon as he heard the other party's question, he knew what she wanted to do. Even if Warner Brothers has communicated with Vanity Fair, they still hope to be a hot topic. If the questions in the interview are all bland, how can their magazine attract attention? Wayne looked at her smiling and waiting for his answer. After thinking for a while, he said, "Of course, I'm very honored that the film can beat Far From Home in the first week box office. That is a star like Tom Cruise and a veteran director like Galen Howard. This gives me great encouragement." Looking at the young director who was talking eloquently, Jenna was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that he didn't fall into the trap and try hard to step on the superstar Tom Cruise. She got the news early in the morning. Many gossip tabloids appeared with news that was unfavorable to him. It was obvious that someone was deliberately guiding public opinion. The person who had the ability and motivation to do so was most likely the superstar who lost face. She had accurate information that it was the agent of the superstar who colluded in it. She believed that the young director who was backed by Warner Brothers must have received the news. Many tabloids that appeared early in the morning implicitly compared him to a traitor. White skin and black heart. Some things are not secrets in the circle. Tom Cruise is a very proud man. He became famous at a young age and became a Hollywood superstar. It can be said that he has been smooth sailing all the way. All the people around him only compliment and praise him. This superstar has never fallen so hard. As long as he participates in a movie, it will become a box office guarantee for the producer. In 1983, Tom Cruise's first movie Crazy Boy won more than $60 million at the box office and ranked among the top 10 of the box office rankings that year. In 1986, after the release of Top Gun starring him, it not only raked in $170 million in the box office in a short period of time, but also defeated Alien 2 and Star Trek 4, and directly topped the box office rankings of the year. In the same year, the hot atmosphere of Top Gun had not passed, and he starred in another movie, The Color of Money. This movie, co-produced with Martin Scorsese, was a double harvest of box office and word of mouth, and the box office of more than $52 million ranked 12th that year. After Top Gun, Tom Cruise has become a guarantee of box office success and a national idol. This movie has even become a North American recruitment propaganda film. In early 1988, the movie Cocktail starring him grossed more than $80 million at the box office. Within 2 months, Tom Cruise's second movie in the same year, Rain Man, earned another $172 million and topped the annual box office champion. It can be said that Tom Cruise has been associated with success all the way, and almost no one can suppress him when his movies are released. His too smooth star journey has also created his extremely proud and arrogant personality. His religious issues and personal sexual orientation issues have always been criticized, but his fan base is too strong, which gives him the capital to be proud. Jenna has heard more than once in the past 2 days that Tom Cruise was angry about losing to such a low-budget thriller in the starring movie, and he certainly didn't like the director and producer of Get Out. Her purpose was simple. She hoped that the young Wayne Greenberg would say something provocative to Tom Cruise, so that this issue of Vanity Fair would have a gimmick. However, the young director was obviously sober-minded and was not overwhelmed by the temporary success. He was so calm that he didn't look like a young man in his early 20s. In fact, Wayne certainly understood what she meant. If the box office figures of the two films were similar, he would definitely not be stingy with eye-catching remarks to attract attention. But now Far From Home obviously doesn't even have the strength to struggle to death. It has been pushed and crushed by his own Get Out. It is impossible for him to go to great lengths to attract the hatred of the superstar. The only trick left by the other party now is to find some gossip tabloids and small film critics to discredit him implicitly. Even such discrediting remarks dare not be published blatantly and can only be guided by words. It is better to leave these things to Warner Brothers. After all, he is just a director. Do you think your film will continue to be the box office champion? After all, there are no new films released on a large scale this week. Jenna saw that he was not going to step on his competitors, so she began to bring the question back to the film. I'm very confident about the box office. Wayne adjusted his sitting posture and put his left leg on his right leg. The box office potential of this film has obviously not been released yet, and it will continue to dominate the North American theater market this week. If Wayne was still worried about whether the film would not be able to adapt to the local environment due to the age difference before it was released, or because of his own production style, which gave it a larger scale than the original film, it might cause discomfort to movie fans. But these almost did not happen. Since the film was screened, it has become a train running rampant. No one can stop it with bare hands. They can only wait for it to burn up its fuel. Chapter 88 Expanded Screening. Jenna's interview with Wayne was already halfway done. The biggest impression this young director gave him was that he was extremely confident about the films he directed and the box office, but he was not blinded by the temporary success. Director Greenberg, we did a fan survey before. The thing they were most curious about you was the choice of film types. I heard that you wrote the scripts for these two films yourself, right? This was also what Jenna was curious about. Just looking at this director, although he was not sunny and cheerful, he was also a very normal young man. Definitely not the deep and gloomy type. Yes, I wrote the scripts for these two films myself. I'm just more interested in this type of film, so I started studying them as soon as I entered college. Wayne was a little helpless when he heard her ask about the type of film. He did have other ideas, but he couldn't give up the plan he had made since he was a child. Since coming here, he has discovered the wealth in his mind, but if he wants to get the things in his mind out, he needs to strictly study filmmaking. A director who has changed his career halfway through is definitely not as easy to succeed as an academic who has studied systematically. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. He was depressed after being bedridden, so he became crazy about this type of film. Except for some particularly impressive commercial films, this type of film was the only one left in his mind. It's not that he didn't want to choose something else. When he was a child, he even thought about being a producer. Compared with being a director, a producer might be more likely to succeed with the memory in his mind. In the end, he gave up the idea of becoming a producer. One obvious thing was interest. He was sure that he liked making movies and liked the feeling of being in control of everything and being the center of attention. Although Hollywood has always been a producer-centered system for capable directors, this has never been a problem. Being a producer is just a routine operation. Seeing that he was a little distracted, Jenna deliberately raised her voice and asked, "We all know that you have a good family background and your parents love you very much, but where do you get the inspiration for those dark stories?" "I think it's from watching more and thinking more." Wayne came back to his senses and pointed to his eyes. "As long as we pay attention to everything around us, we can get a lot of inspiration from it." For example, the script of Get Out was originally inspired by the racial discrimination that happened around me. He tried hard to make up a story and told it as realistically as possible. He couldn't just tell the other party that I brought it from decades later. These inspirations belong only to geniuses like you. Jenna looked at him, admiring his talent. Ordinary people like us can never find these inspirations. After this film is finished, will your new project be produced soon? Probably not that soon. Wayne sat on the sofa and leaned back. I haven't had a break for a long time. I started making films before I graduated. After Happy Death Day, I started making Get Out right away. The continuous work made me very tired. I might take a vacation first, but it won't be too long. I already have a plan for the next project. Can you tell me what type it is? Or is it a thriller with some cold humor? Jenna didn't expect to really ask about his subsequent plans, so she struck while the iron was hot and continued to ask. "No, unlike the previous two films, I can't reveal too much now. I can only tell you that this is still a Greenberg style film." Wayne pinched his brows. Facing the media interview, he still felt a little tired. Well, the fans must be looking forward to your new work. Jenna glanced at the time and felt that it was almost time to finish. She saw Wayne's movements and knew that he must be impatient. How is your relationship with Halle Berry going? Many fans have expressed that they like your combination very much. After all, this is an entertainment magazine, which has gossip attributes, so the private lives of the interviewed guests will be mentioned more or less. Wayne knew this and was prepared. He casually said, "Our relationship is very good. As for the future progress, we need to leave it to God." Is Halle Berry your first girlfriend? I heard that she is also an actress. Have you considered letting her be the heroine of your new project? Jenna was very impolite and had a posture of asking questions. Wayne was stunned for a moment. Which girlfriend? After thinking for a while, he said vaguely, "It can be regarded as the first one. As for the issue of her filming in the future, she needs to make her own decision. Whether to participate in my future projects depends on her personal wishes." After that, Jenna asked about some things in their lives and ended the interview. Wayne stood up and shook hands with the other party, pushed open the door of the interview room and walked out. "Boss, is it over?" Nina saw him coming out and walked up to him quickly, handing him the prepared water cup. Wayne took the water cup, drank a few sips, and then returned it to the assistant, complaining to Jimmy beside him. Facing interviews with media reporters, especially this kind of interview, is more tiring than playing a game of football. Wayne, this is a good opportunity to promote yourself. This will greatly increase your popularity. Jimmy turned his head and observed left and right and said to them again, "You guys go back first. I'll stay here and communicate with them to avoid things that shouldn't appear in tomorrow's magazine." "Okay, let's go back first." The main purpose of arranging Wayne to accept an interview with Time magazine is to promote the film while it's hot. As the production manager of Get Out, John Gray of Warner Brothers is also busy with the box office of the film. At this moment, he was following the receptionist of the Imperial Cinema Company to meet their operations director. He came here for only one purpose, which was to ask the cinema company to increase the scale of film screenings as much as possible. Because Jeff had already talked to them on the phone before he came, the receptionist took John directly into the director's office. "Thank you." John sat on the sofa in the reception area and took the coffee brought by the secretary. He spoke only when there were only 2 people left in the room. "Mr. Campbell, I believe Jeff has already talked to you on the phone. I just came here to confirm how many theaters can be added for Get Out before the weekend." Cohen Campbell and John were not very familiar with each other. He had only talked with this Warner production manager a few times at the cocktail party. However, he was more familiar with Jeff Robinoff and had always had a pleasant cooperation with Warner Brothers for many years. "I promise that 250 theaters will be vacated before Friday to show your film. I have already talked to Jeff. Do you have any other ideas?" Cohen Campbell was not surprised at all. Since the box office of this low-cost Get Out has exploded, Warner Brothers will definitely try every means to increase the box office of the film. However, he did not know what John was thinking. "I just came from AMC." John took a sip of coffee and looked at the other person's face. "They have already promised to add 300 theaters for the film." His words gave Cohen Campbell the first feeling that he was lying. Theater companies like them all know each other very well. AMC can't have so many theaters to squeeze out for Warner. Because before the film was released, the screening contract had basically been signed. Even if the number of screens needed to be increased, they had to be squeezed out from somewhere else. Seeing that Cohen Campbell didn't say anything, John continued, "The box office potential of Get Out is obvious to all. I think you can reduce the number of screens for Far From Home and use them to show our film. Don't say that you have already signed the contract. I know there must be room for flexibility in the contract. Theater companies need to make profits. Nothing is more persuasive than the US dollar. Now the situation is obvious. Far From Home is doomed to fail. Why can't we think of a way to add more screens for Get Out?" John also used the same method to convince AMC, who was originally planning to add about 250 theaters. "Well, we will also squeeze out 300 theaters so that more movie fans across North America will have the opportunity to see this wonderful film." Cohen Campbell did not hesitate. This was just a normal operation for them, and AMC had already done so. The film was initially released in 2088 theaters. In fact, there was already a reason for Warner Brothers. Otherwise, the theater company would never give such a low-budget film thousands of theaters. Since the box office has exploded, it is certain that the scale of screening will be expanded. It is just a matter of how much. Then the theaters and screens for Get Out can only be squeezed from the Universal film. As for the contract issue, John was right. Their contract was indeed signed with flexibility, just to deal with unexpected events. Warner has contacted the film processing factory, and all copies will definitely be delivered before Friday. That's it for now. I still have to go to other theater companies. John shook hands with him, and left Emperor Entertainment directly. For this trip, he treated it as a routine notification. The two largest theater companies in North America agreed to his proposal very readily, which made him a little uncomfortable. Just after John left, Cohen Campbell received a call from Universal Pictures. "Carl, I will try my best to maintain the screening scale of The Greatest Show before the weekend. If the film's attendance rate still does not increase, I will reduce the number of screens in theaters. Yes, only before the weekend. Carl, this is just business. I have to be responsible for the group company, and the theaters also need to be responsible for revenue. Everyone's mind is the same, all for the green US dollars." Universal did not propose to increase the scale of screening, but just hoped to maintain the current status. Cohen Campbell could clearly hear that the other party was very unhappy, but the fact is that this is just business. Recommend this book, The Three Kingdoms Summoning, Ewan's Imperial Path. Interested book friends can try to collect it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Breaking 100 Million. Carl's face was not good after hanging up the phone, but he still patiently called his secretary. "Please inform the publicity department to cancel the subsequent publicity plan of The Greatest Show and stop the loss in time." After the secretary left, he hammered the table hard. Although this project was decided by his predecessor, he was in charge of the subsequent publicity. Now he can declare the film a failure in advance. It is not known how many years it will take to recover the investment, which will seriously affect his trust in the board of directors. Time passed quickly. On Friday morning, Wayne sat at the dining table and saw a magazine on the table and the box office statistics sent by Warner Brothers. Facts have proved that no matter how many tricks there are, they cannot change the enthusiasm of movie fans. After winning the championship last weekend, Get Out continued to maintain a high box office. At the beginning of the new week, the film earned $6.5 million at the box office on Monday. On Tuesday, due to the discount of movie tickets, the box office quietly rose to $6.75 million, $6.42 million on Wednesday, and $6.31 million on Thursday. In 4 working days, the film earned a total of $25.98 million in box office. With the $49.64 million in the first weekend, it took only 1 week to reach a North American box office of $75.62 million. Looking at the statistics above, Get Out will definitely break the 100 million box office this weekend. Starting from next Monday, the film will begin its overseas screening tour. The success of the North American box office has given Warner Brothers great confidence. And Wayne also discovered one thing, that is, after Universal Pictures saw that there was no hope for the box office of Far and Away, the gossip tabloid slanderous remarks about him obviously decreased. In his opinion, Universal should have basically given up Far and Away, and even the subsequent publicity momentum has been reduced. Now the fans who still insist on going to the theater to watch this film are basically all for Tom Cruise. The North American summer season fights every year, starting in May and ending in July, and the box office battle will last for 3 months in between. This is the most important movie schedule in North America in a year, and films that strive for high commercial gains will be released every week. Once this schedule begins, no film will be given the opportunity to accumulate high box office for a long time. Get Out is very lucky because other companies' films deliberately avoid Tom Cruise, and there are no large-scale films released this weekend. There is no strong competitor for 2 consecutive weeks in May, which is an opportunity for the film to sprint the box office in a short time. Since a few years ago, the films released in the summer season will obtain 1/3 to 1/2 of the total North American box office of the film in a week or even 10 days. Because they face strong challenges every week, the production companies that are eager for quick success will use publicity methods to send fans to the theater as quickly as possible. Whether a film can be successful can be observed by looking at the box office results of the first weekend. Get Out has been in the theater for a whole week, and the total box office for the whole week has successfully exceeded the $70 million mark. It can be said that this film's $100 million is definitely not its end. Even if it is limited by the short screening time of thrillers and the fierce competition in the summer season, Warner Brothers can foresee that this film will create a lot of revenue for them. You look in a good mood. Halle Berry walked into the restaurant in pajamas, yawning, and looked at Wayne staring at the fax with a smile on his face. She sat down next to Wayne and tilted her head to look at the data on the fax paper. Congratulations, the film has been a huge success. Thank you, Harry. Wayne put down the statistics in his hand, picked up the milk, and took a big sip. It's hard to say anything now. What the film will achieve in the end depends on the box office this weekend. Although the audience's reputation of Far From Home released at the same time has seriously declined, no one dares to underestimate Tom Cruise's appeal. Even if the performance in the first weekend was not ideal, the 4 working days combined still created a good box office, and the weekly box office totaled $39.67 million. The film will definitely break $100 million this weekend. Now no one can stop the film's progress. Jimmy suddenly walked in. He smiled and took the coffee handed to him by Hella, and sat down at the dining table. Warner Brothers and I have communicated. This weekend is the last period for Warner Brothers to promote the film intensively, Wayne. Starting next week, they will put their main resources on other summer films. It doesn't matter, I understand Jimmy, this is the summer season. Wayne had thought of it a long time ago. He knew that the agent was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Starting from this Monday, the promotion of Get Out has been clearly strengthened. From TV stations from HBO to TNT and ABC, to paper media from gossip tabloids to the 3 major newspapers in North America, from various gossip magazines to professional magazines such as Vanity Fair and The Hollywood Reporter, information about the film can be seen everywhere. Warner Brothers' approach is very rough and simple, that is, to take advantage of the film's popularity before it fades, and to achieve as good box office numbers as possible in the second weekend, when there are almost no competitors. Such a scale of publicity cannot always be given to Get Out. Wayne understands that this is the rule of the summer season. They shot you well, just like a star. Jimmy saw the magazine on the table. It was the latest issue of Vanity Fair. The cover showed Wayne looking down at the camera with his head down. There was a headline below, Wayne Greenberg, Miracle Creator. He opened the magazine and found the interview with Wayne. He nodded after reading it. Although there were some differences in the questions published on it, there was not much to cause controversy. After breakfast, Jimmy led Wayne to get busy again. The main creators and main actors of the crew were still promoting the film across the United States. Los Angeles became Wayne's main base. In the morning, he and Halle Berry had just finished an interview with the Los Angeles Times. In the afternoon, they had to participate in a recording of a local TV station. The busy promotion activities filled the weekend. Originally, Warner Brothers arranged for him to appear on the Oprah talk show, but in the end, he gave up the opportunity because of coordination problems with the other party. He himself had no feelings for Oprah Winfrey as a person, and did not like her warm embrace. Since it was all publicity, he did not feel sorry to give up. Wayne's work in Los Angeles was very effective. The continuous reports of various media, big and small, have always attracted the attention of the public, prompting those fans who were on vacation on the weekend to buy tickets and walk into the theater with curiosity. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning in Los Angeles shone into the manor, another working day came. Wayne looked at the freshly baked weekend box office statistics and a pile of newspapers brought by Nina, which brought him an incomparable sense of accomplishment. All the media in North America seemed to be waiting for the weekend box office statistics. Only when they saw the accurate numbers did they burst into great enthusiasm, and all the praise for Get Out and Wayne the director was overwhelming. According to statistics sent by Warner Brothers, Get Out earned $12.6 million on Friday. On Saturday, more people went to the theaters, and the attendance rate increased significantly, earning another $19.56 million. On Sunday, because the next day was a workday, the box office fell back and earned $15.6 million. A total of $57.16 million was earned over the 3 days of the weekend, and the total box office has successfully exceeded $100 million, reaching a terrifying $127.36 million. After seeing the accurate box office statistics, Wayne instantly felt that the mental fatigue brought by the endless publicity work in the past few days was swept away. At this time, not only Wayne was looking at the box office statistics, but Tom Cruise was also staring at the newspaper in his hand in another mansion on Mulholland Drive. The dazzling weekend box office figures of $7.98 million for Far and Away made him so angry that he wanted to smash everything on the table. Tom, don't worry too much about the box office numbers. Since this film is doomed to fail, we need to plan for the next project. Pat Kingsley was also staring at a newspaper that had a reprint of a Vanity Fair cover photo of Wayne looking down at the camera. The black and white newspaper and the white magazine had completely different effects. At first glance, it would give people the signal that this was a successful person. This director is at a vigorous creative age, Tom. Pat Kingsley put down the newspaper and looked at his client and said, Pat. Tom Cruise understood what she meant, which made him feel like he was offended. Don't forget, just last week, we just contacted the media to discredit him. That was just a normal means of competition. You don't have any personal conflicts. Now it's over. Pat Kingsley's words made Tom Cruise fall into deep thought. Yes, they didn't have any personal conflicts. These things were too normal in Hollywood. No one expected the failure of his film. He needed to regain success as soon as possible. Participating in the director's new project was indeed a shortcut. You keep an eye on that director's new project through CAA. Tom Cruise let out a long sigh, glanced at the newspaper on the table, and told his agent, I will, Tom. Wayne Greenberg's first 2 films were almost seamlessly produced. I believe that young and energetic directors like him will soon plan their next project. Directors who have achieved success continuously like this are much less likely to fail. I believe no one can refuse to work with a superstar, which will naturally make the film have commercial appeal. Seeing that her client understood what she meant, Pat Kingsley patiently explained. The failure of a film is not the end of the world. Stars of Tom Cruise's level are scarce resources in Hollywood. As long as the films they participate in do not fail continuously, it will not be too difficult to maintain their status. As Wayne Greenberg's competitor, no one knows the ability of this director better than Pat Kingsley. The main problem is how to convince her clients. It is not an easy task to let Tom Cruise put down his proud character. Chapter 90 Party. As night fell, the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills was surrounded by media reporters. A Rolls-Royce Silver Spur extended version slowly stopped at the door of the hotel. The hotel doorman trotted a few steps, bent down and opened the door. Wayne took Hallberry's hand and got out of the car, walking towards the hotel in the dazzling flash. There were scattered fans around, stopped by hotel security, and some fans were still shouting Hallberry's name. Obviously, this black beauty also benefited greatly from this publicity plan. This made her have a good reputation before she even shot a movie. Just as they entered the hotel entrance, they suddenly heard a loud shout behind them. Wayne and Harry turned around and saw Naomi Watts got out of the car, causing a violent fluctuation among the onlookers. Get Out is still being screened, and the crew members have ended the publicity activities on Tuesday and returned to Los Angeles. With her beautiful appearance and performance in the film, Naomi Watts attracted countless fans every time she went to a city during the publicity period. She finally achieved her dream to a certain extent. Now her popularity is very high, and she has entered the threshold of a female star. Naomi Watts saw the two people walking in front and quickened her pace to catch up. Wayne, I'll go with you. She glanced at all Barry and treated her as if she were air. This celebration party was held by Warner Brothers to celebrate the success of the film. Although the film is still being screened, it does not affect the early celebration. Everyone who came to the party knew who was the protagonist of this party, the second producer and director of this young film. Naomi, how does it feel to be pursued by countless fans? Wayne walked into the elevator with two black and white beauties on his left and right. It's like the center of the world. I love this feeling. Naomi Watts' face was full of smiles. My agent has received many audition invitations. I will never have to compete with others for even a small role in the future. Thank you, Wayne. Wayne smiled and nodded. This is the result of your own efforts, Naomi. He liked this feeling. Not only did he make progress, Jimmy also had his own office at CAA, and Naomi Watts finally entered the ranks of actresses. He once said that they would be partners in the same industry. The elevator arrived at the 4th floor of the hotel. The moment the door opened, Wayne heard a burst of applause. Jeff Robinoff, who was standing not far from the elevator, took the lead in applauding him. Thank you, Jeff. Wayne hugged him and whispered his thanks on his shoulder. Jeff patted his back twice. You deserve it, Wayne. Let's go. I'll introduce you. Wayne followed Jeff with a glass of champagne and began to wander around the cocktail party. Socializing was the true meaning of this cocktail party. Hello, Director Greenberg. Hi, Wayne. Walking into a group of people dressed in suits, everyone greeted him. These were executives and production managers from various departments of Warner Brothers. Jeff introduced him one by one. Wayne, this is director Tim Burton. Next week, his Batman Returns will take over from your Get Out, helping Warner Brothers continue to dominate this summer season. Opposite him was a middle-aged man with a strange appearance and a tall and thin figure. He had unkempt hair, but was wearing a formal suit. The director immediately attracted his attention. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Burton. Wayne greeted him enthusiastically. This was one of the few directors that impressed him, because the other's gothic shooting style was really unforgettable. Nice to meet you, Director Greenberg. If Wayne was still groping for his own film style, then the director in front of him had already formed his own shooting style. His films such as Edward Scissorhands, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Notre Dame de Paris, and The Addams Family were simply gothic style shows. Congratulations, young man. Another movie has made over 100 million at the box office. Tim Burton's eyes were full of appreciation. You are simply a genius. I really don't know how you came up with such an idea. Tim Burton had a very good first impression of Wayne. He himself was a director with an alternative style, but he was able to be a commercial hit. He looked at Wayne as if he saw a kindred spirit. Thank you, Mr. Burton. I'm just lucky. Hearing Wayne's slightly modest words, Tim Burton smiled and patted his arm. Some people can be said to be lucky to succeed by chance, but in Hollywood, no director can succeed twice by luck. I like your production style. The theme of the film is highlighted by human nature, but it will not make people feel obscure. The black production element are simply fascinating. Jeff smiled and watched the two people communicate. Tim Burton was one of the few directors who had a good cooperation with Warner Brothers. He hoped that Wayne could make friends with him. Thank you, I'm still groping forward. Maybe you can give me some advice. Some people may have a good impression of each other and become good friends with just a few words. Tim Burton gave him this feeling. From his eyes, he could see that the other party's praise for him was completely from the heart, without any flattery. And Wayne also admired his film style very much. Even if this great director was about to fall, it did not affect his impression of Wayne. This is a director who can integrate his own shooting style into the film and stick to it for a lifetime. Whether the film is successful or not, he has never changed himself. Well, it seems that I have delayed you for too long. Tim Burton and he were chatting very speculatively. Suddenly he looked up and looked around, and found that many people were looking at them. My film Batman Returns will be premiered at the Hollywood Chinese Theater on Friday. If you have time, you are welcome to attend. No problem, I will definitely be there. Don't worry, Tim. I will give Wayne an invitation later. Seeing that the two of them finished their conversation, Jeff said with a smile, Wayne took a big sip of champagne and stared at Tim Burton as he walked to Batman Michael Keaton. Batman, this is a name that is particularly predestined with him. Bruce Wayne and this Wayne, the fates of the two Batmen will eventually intertwine according to his plan. Sorry, Jeff, I think I have to go to the bathroom. Wayne pointed to his stomach. He usually doesn't drink too much, but tonight he was toasted by others, which made him feel his stomach churning. After saying hello, Wayne walked quickly towards the bathroom. Naomi Watts was not far away from him. After catching up with him, she asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you want me to buy you some medicine?" Wayne shook his head. "I just drank a little too much. I think I have to vomit. You don't have to worry about me. Go and have fun." After entering the bathroom, he vomited neatly into the toilet, observed that he didn't get it on himself, and then turned on the faucet and stood in front of the mirror. The cold water splashed on his face, which immediately made him more energetic. He put his hands in front of his mouth and exhaled hard. After making sure that the taste in his mouth would not affect the conversation, he shook his head and walked out of the bathroom. Just as he was rubbing his temple and trying to find a place to sit down, a tall girl stumbled towards him. Wayne immediately felt that she would bump into him, so he followed his body's instinct and dodged the girl. The sudden dodging action obviously caught the girl off guard, and she stumbled to the ground. "Are you okay?" Wayne stretched out his hand and pulled her up. "I'm fine. Sorry I drank a little too much." "Oh my god, you are Director Greenberg? I didn't expect it. I like Get Out very much. Sorry, I'm too excited." Wayne crossed his arms and watched the performance of this beautiful girl. If he believed that this was an accident, he would be a fool. This girl has flaxen hair, a standard model figure, a beautiful face, and is obviously a mixed race beauty. Her every move is full of charm, and her every move always reveals her outstanding grace. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Cameron Diaz, a model." Looking at the hand reaching out to him, Wayne gently shook it with a playful smile. He could feel the girl gently scratching his palm. "Maybe we can find a place to have a drink, Director Greenberg." From the time she fell to now, Wayne had not spoken, just watching her performance silently. After confirming her purpose, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go to the balcony for a drink." Taking 2 glasses of champagne from the passing waiter, the two of them went to the balcony together. Los Angeles, which had been exposed to the sun all day, even the evening breeze blowing into the balcony had a warm feeling. "You have a great figure, Cameron. You said you are a model? No wonder you are so hot." Wayne lowered his head and scanned her whole body. He was sure that this girl must be very flexible. The mask. Charlie's Angels. Aha. Thank you. I'm just very interested in the movie. Director Greenberg, maybe we can find a place where no one is around. Tell me about the filming process. Cameron Diaz smiled very sweetly. She moved forward gently in her high heels. She was very close to him, and their breathing was clearly audible. "Ms. Diaz, don't you think it's very quiet here?" Wayne put the wine glass on the railing and reached out to gently hug her waist. Well, the thin evening dress was like a second layer of skin, and it felt very good. Chapter 91 Californication. Cameron Diaz glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to this place. Then she raised her head and stood on tiptoe. In the hot kiss, she could feel the heat of the other party, and the hands wandering on her body made her feel pleasantly surprised. She paid a great price to sneak into this party today, but as long as she could have something with this man, all the price would be worth it. At this time, in a corner of the room, Nicole Kidman elegantly held a glass of wine and walked in front of Naomi Watts, looking at her Australian countryman. "Congratulations, Naomi." "Thank you." The two clinked their glasses and greeted each other with friendly smiles. Nicole Kidman was very tall, even taller than most of the men in the room. She lowered her head slightly and squinted her eyes to look at her countryman. "Naomi, you didn't come to many hometown gatherings. Everyone missed you." Naomi Watts took 2 steps back with her glass of wine, trying to avoid the height difference in sight. She smiled and said, "I will definitely go if I have the chance. You know, I've been too busy recently. I shot 2 movies in a row with almost no rest time in between." After the release of Get Out, I started the non-stop promotion activities. I have to say that those fans are just too crazy, which makes me a little tired to deal with. Hearing the name of Get Out, Nicole Kidman's smile froze for a moment, but it returned to normal in an instant. She rolled her eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Of course, I can understand your hard work. I heard that you lived in Greenberg Manor for a while. It's a pity that we didn't get together before, even though we were on Mulholland Drive." Naomi Watts' smile immediately cooled when she mentioned this. The other party's meaning was very clear. She was kicked out of the mansion and moved in with another woman. Trying to suppress the anger in her heart, Naomi Watts looked into her eyes. "No, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Nicole. I will buy a house there soon. Then I'll wait for your invitation to the party." As the two were talking, Pat Kingsley walked up to them and interrupted Nicole Kidman. "Ms. Watts, can you introduce us to Director Greenberg? Mr. Cruz wants to talk to him." Naomi Watts turned to look at the famous CAA agent with a smile on her face. "Now, I didn't notice where he went. I'll tell him when I see him later." After saying that, she nodded slightly and turned to leave. Naomi Watts walked around the banquet hall for a long time, but couldn't find Wayne's shadow. It was not until she walked to the balcony that she heard a few strange noises. She tilted her head and glanced inside, and the expression on her face immediately became rich. Seeing that no one noticed this place, she walked into the large balcony with a glass of wine. Wayne was leaning against the marble railing, holding a cigarette in his left hand and a champagne that he had just taken a big sip in his right hand. "Wayne, someone's looking for you." "Hey, Naomi." Wayne put down the wine glass in his hand with a slightly embarrassed expression and pointed to the balcony. "Wait for me, I'll be out soon." Naomi Watts rolled her eyes and turned to walk out. She swore to God that the woman was definitely not all berry. She just saw the black beauty outside. Naomi Watts simply turned her head again. She wanted to see which bitch could hook up with Wayne while he was in the bathroom. Wayne threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground, twisted it with his leather shoes, and took out a business card from his shirt pocket. He lowered his head and whispered, "I have something else to do. This is my contact information. You can call me anytime." "Okay, dear, you are really great." The girl took the business card and held it tightly in her hand. This was her purpose for coming here today. "I'm leaving first. I'll call you later." After that, she walked out of here under the scrutiny of Naomi Watts. Ahem. "Naomi, who's looking for me?" Wayne coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment on his face. "Pat Kingsley, Tom Cruise's agent, said that the superstar wants to meet you." Naomi Watts sighed in her heart, and her favorite smile was on her face again. As for the beautiful girl who just left, it was as if she had never seen her. This was the other party's private life, and she had no reason to interfere. Moreover, this was too normal at a Hollywood party. There were many handsome men and beautiful women at today's cocktail party, especially those young girls wearing hot clothes, who frequently wandered among the crowd, as if they were looking for something at any time. Just like all the parties in the Hollywood circle, there is always no shortage of beauties here. Some of them are hired by the party company, and a large part of them are mixed in through friends, agents and other relationships. The latter kind of beautiful girls who mixed in have very clear purposes. There will never be a shortage of directors, stars, producers, and company executives at such parties. As long as you can successfully climb up to one of them, even if you can't get the main role in the movie, you will have the hope of appearing in the movie and starting your own star journey. Moreover, almost all the people invited to such parties are rich people. This is also an opportunity for some girls to rewrite their own destiny by their appearance. "Naomi, how did they get here? Isn't this the party held by Warner Brothers to celebrate Get Out?" he asked in confusion. "I don't know either, but it will definitely be easier for them to get the invitation than those girls. After all, they don't have to kneel on the ground to give people." "Hey, Naomi." Wayne followed Naomi Watts and walked to a corner of the banquet hall while bickering in a low voice. He saw the eye-catching Nicole Kidman from a distance. In comparison, Tom Cruise next to her was almost a head shorter than his wife. When they saw Wayne coming, they also stood up with their glasses. "Wayne, this is Tom Cruise and his wife Nicole Kidman." Naomi Watts briefly introduced the two authors. "Hello, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Greenberg." The superstar took the lead in extending his hand with a smile. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Cruise." After the two greeted each other, they looked at each other at the same time. When he was young, Tom Cruise was indeed a very high quality idol, except for his height. His hard-working attitude towards work was even better than many extras. From his debut in the 1980s to the beginning of the new century, this superstar was almost a guarantee of box office success. He didn't have many failed films, but Far From Home was one of them. "Mr. Cruise, I'm a fan of yours. You know, after watching your Top Gun, if my mother hadn't stopped me, I would have joined the army." Many people were looking at this at the party, and Wayne didn't care. He skillfully said polite words and greeted the other party. "Call me Tom, Wayne." Hearing the compliment from the young director, Tom Cruise's expression was obviously much more natural. "Congratulations on the success of your film. You are simply a genius." Both of them seemed to have forgotten the competition a few days ago. Whether it was Wayne or Tom Cruise, they tacitly did not mention the previous events, as if they had never happened. Those who can make it in this circle are all smart people. Even if they are not very smart, they must have a smart and sober agent. Everything that happened before was just for the film, just normal business competition. With Universal Pictures' massive cuts in publicity and promotion investment, the box office battle has ended. This circle is not big, nor is it small. No one can guarantee that they will not cooperate with each other in the future. That's it, Wayne. You are welcome to visit the manor when you have time. We live so close. Tom Cruise greeted him for a while and then stopped. There is still time to get to know each other slowly in the future. No problem. The two shook hands cordially again, and Wayne turned around and left with Naomi Watts and walked to the lounge and sat down. "This is Hollywood," Naomi Watts exclaimed. Wayne looked at the blonde beauty. "Yes, this is Hollywood. It's almost time. I'm going to go back. What about you?" He waved to Hallberry, who was looking over, stood up and adjusted his suit. Naomi Watts stared at the approaching Black Pearl. "You're not serious with her, are you? When will she move out?" "Soon, before the movie is off the shelves." African Americans are still very enthusiastic about the movie now. Hallberry took his arm, and Wayne asked again, "Do you need me to send you off?" "Don't worry about me. I'll ask my agent to send me off later." Naomi Watts looked at the black beauty beside him, not wanting to make things awkward. Wayne shrugged and walked out of the hotel with Hallberry. Sergey helped them open the car door, and the car drove straight to Beverly Hills. The biggest surprise for him today was not the appearance of Tom Cruise, but Tim Burton. It can be seen that this gothic director is very confident about the prospects of Batman Returns. However, this film did kill the expectations of many Batman fans to a certain extent. This also reminded him that not all films need a profound alternative style, and the consequences of abuse are very serious. Thank you for the reward from the book, friends. Thank you for the encouragement. Chapter 92, North America Annual 2nd. The first rays of sunlight in the morning sprinkled into the manor. Wayne ran out of the garden with his two dogs, sweating all over. Since the two golden retrievers came to the new home, he has not had much time to spend with them. Now that he has finished most of his work, he finally has time to get up early to exercise and walk the dogs. After returning to the living room, Wayne went to the third floor to take a shower, and then went downstairs leisurely to sit in the living room and pick up the newspaper. Get Out is about to enter its third week of screening, but it can be felt that the popularity is slowly declining. Now most of the entertainment pages in the newspaper are occupied by Warner Brothers' new blockbuster Batman Returns and Paramount's big production Skynet Pursuit. In the past 4 working days, Get Out has shown a clear downward trend in the box office as expected. Such a thriller R-rated film has driven most of the target group of young people into the theater through large-scale publicity in the early stage, and the low attendance rate is of course inevitable. The film won $4.56 million, $4.67 million, $4.42 million and $4.11 million in the 4 working days, and closed at a total of $17.76 million. This weekend is the last large-scale screening time for the film, and it will definitely make way for other summer blockbusters. Starting from this week, there will be at least 2 large-scale films opening almost every weekend. This is the carnival time for movie fans, and it is also the time when major production companies are using all means and the competition is the most intense. Boss, where is Ms. Hallberry? Hella saw him put down the newspaper in his hand and asked softly about the follow-up arrangements. She will move out soon. I will go back to the farm to rest in a few days. If she moves out, you can call a taxi for her. Hella nodded, saw him pick up another newspaper, and she walked out quietly. After the third week of screening in North America, Get Out also landed in the overseas market. Films that can be successful in North America usually have good box office overseas, especially in the English-speaking countries. The United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, Canada and other countries are basically the backyard of Hollywood movies. He is not worried or concerned about the overseas box office at all. He has confidence in the film, and the overseas box office does not involve his interests. It was only the early 1990s, and the speed of information dissemination was not as fast as it would be decades later. Large-scale overseas releases simply could not be released simultaneously. The lack of information also caused trouble with overseas box office revenue sharing. Some films were taken off the shelves in North America for half a year, but many overseas countries were still showing them. Wayne put all his thoughts on North America. He just hoped that the North American box office would be higher, the higher the better, which was the basic foundation for him to obtain stable income. According to the contract signed at the beginning, all his box office percentage income was settled according to the total North American box office, which fundamentally eliminated the hidden danger of Warner tampering with the accounts. He never looked up to the reputation of these big companies. Not to mention the box office revenue sharing, even various overseas investment funds and Wall Street funds were all blackmailed. In June, after attending the premiere of Batman Returns, Wayne took his 2 dogs back to the farm. He planned to stay at home with his parents and take a few days off. After the release of Batman, all films were affected. Although Paramount's Skynet Pursuit caused some trouble for Batman, it was still suppressed in the competition. The number of theaters showing Get Out also shrank to 1,728, and it only earned $14.32 million that weekend. Together with the $17.36 million earned in the previous 4 working days, the total North American box office finally exceeded $150 million, reaching $159.44 million. In this fiercely competitive summer season, the box office potential has basically been exhausted. Congratulations, honey. Anna Greenberg put down the newspaper in her hand and hugged her son. Now Wayne's box office achievements had far exceeded her expectations. Mom, I told you that I will be proud of you. Wayne patted Anna's back gently and said in her ear, "Boss, Jimmy called." Nina waited until the mother and son finished talking before handing him the phone. "Wayne, have you seen the box office statistics?" As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he heard Jimmy's impatient voice. "Of course. It's like this. I talked to Warner Brothers today. They will try their best to keep the scale of screening, but the hope is not great. Now Get Out ranks second in the annual box office rankings. Don't you want to pull Home Alone down?" Recalling the box office rankings, yes, his film is not far away from the $170 million of Disney's Home Alone. The gap between the two is only a little over 10 million, but it is difficult to surpass this film. The innate audience of a film like Get Out is much worse than that of the other, and Disney will have a super box office bomb, Aladdin, which is at the bug level. Jimmy, I don't think it's likely. This is an R-rated film. It's hard to have a box office revenue of millions in the future. Even with the support of Warner Brothers, it's basically impossible. The voice on the phone suddenly became quiet. Jimmy should have returned to the office. "Wayne, we can buy some ourselves and communicate with the theater chain through Warner Brothers. This is not difficult to do. The agent's idea is not bad. Many companies in Hollywood have done this," but Wayne thought about it and shook his head. "Forget it. Let it go, Jimmy. This is only my second film. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's leave it at that. Is there anything else?" "Of course, 20th Century Fox contacted me this morning. They wanted to meet with you to talk. Unfortunately, I told them that you went back to the farm 2 days ago. It should be about the director of the second part of Happy Death Day. To be on the safe side, Townsend Rothman hopes that you can continue to direct. What do you think? Are you interested? Reject them. I have my own plans. After saying that, Wayne hung up the phone. A film that has been a big hit, as long as there is a possibility of continuing to make a profit, according to the Hollywood style, whether it is the production company or the distribution company, even the actors involved in the film, will do their best to promote the production of a sequel. Compared with the high risk of making an original film, a sequel that has been successful once has a higher possibility of continuing to succeed, and the chance of making a profit will be several times higher than the original film. The pay of the actors in the sequel will also be higher than the average value, and it is even possible to double, or even multiply it, so the actors and their agencies will also do their best to promote it. There are countless examples in this regard. The most successful ones have become special A-listers in Hollywood by virtue of the series of films. For example, Robert Downey Jr. and Johnny Depp are typical A-listers in the series of films. If they were asked to act in other films, no producer would give them sky-high salaries. Robert Downey Jr., except for the low salary for participating in Iron Man 1, all the subsequent Iron Man and Avengers received sky-high salaries of more than 20 plus 20. It can be said that he took a large piece of the cake alone. Johnny Depp's salary was even more terrifying in the later period of Pirates of the Caribbean. It is reported that he was paid more than $35 million for the film Dead Man's Chest. Whether it is a giant or a small and medium-sized company in Hollywood, their only purpose of making films is for profit, which will never change. Now that Happy Death Day has been off the shelves for a year, it is also very normal for 20th Century Fox to put the sequel on the agenda. What's wrong, honey? Anna was in a daze after seeing her son hang up the phone. 20th Century Fox wanted me to go back and continue directing the sequel to Happy Death Day, but I asked my agent to reject it. He explained to his mother, then signaled Nina with his eyes, and the two left the living room together. Has Holberry moved out? Wayne asked his assistant as he looked at the cattle and sheep in the distance outside the villa. Nina had been communicating with Holberry about this matter, and he hadn't received her call in the past 2 days. Now that the matter is over, he hopes to avoid the media and end it quietly. She moved out this morning, and Hella called a car for her. Nina looked at her boss with contempt in her eyes. This is a pure scumbag. In the eyes of the assistant, her boss is definitely not a good man, especially he is very disrespectful to women. Take some time to call Holberry and tell her that I will contact her after the new project starts. In Wayne's view, this is just a deal. Holberry cooperated with the publicity plan, and Warner Brothers gave her what she deserved. And for her efforts, she will also get the role he promised. Apart from that, there is no more relationship between them. Wayne is indeed obsessed with the body of Black Pearl, but this is part of the deal. Wayne settled down on the farm with peace of mind. During this period, except for occasionally thinking about new projects, he spent the rest of his time with his parents. The battle for the North American summer season is still going on. Due to the film type and classification, the subsequent box office growth of Get Out is slow. The number of theaters showing this film has been reduced to 650. After the film achieved a box office of $160 million, the growth rate has become hundreds of thousands of dollars per day, and it is still declining. Batman Returns, which was highly expected by Warner Brothers, also opened high and ended low, and did not meet expectations. Although it defeated Hot Pursuit released at the same time, it also made Paramount's film achieve a box office of more than $80 million. In the third week after the release of Batman, Paramount's film made a comeback. The large-scale opening of The Righteous directly overturned The Batman, which was not strong enough, and successfully won the weekend championship. Tim Burton's Batman Returns grossed $120 million, which means that the film did not lose money, except that it did not meet Warner Brothers' highest expectations. However, the film's poor reputation among fans cast a shadow on the subsequent box office and production of this superhero. Chapter 93 New Project. In addition to occasionally watching the summer movie competition from the news, Wayne has been thinking about new projects on the farm. This will be his first big budget film. In July 1992, Wayne left the farm in Ventura County and returned to Los Angeles. After this period of rest, he couldn't wait to start a new job. He was still young, and his abundant energy made Wayne unwilling to stop for a moment. Only by maintaining continuous success can his status in this circle continue to rise. Greenberg Manor has not changed much since he left. The housekeeper Hella is as reliable as ever, and arranges everything in the house in an orderly manner. When Sergey parked the car in the small square in front of the main building, Wayne got out of the car and saw Hella and Jimmy waiting for him at the door. So early? He hugged Jimmy and walked into the living room together. Of course. How is your new project prepared? Jimmy came to wait for him early in the morning, mainly for the new project. Not only Jimmy was anxious, but Warner Brothers was also concerned. Warner called me several times. They should have heard that Happy Death Day 2 is about to start filming. They are afraid that you will abandon the new project and direct that movie. Wayne took off his suit jacket and threw it to Hella, then sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The new project was planned a long time ago. There is no problem with the script. I have already made notes in the Screenwriters Association. The plan will take 2 days. I still need to think about some places. Jimmy nodded, raised his hand and waved, exhaling wisps of green smoke. Your addiction to smoking is getting worse and worse. You have to control yourself. This thing is no less harmful than leaf tobacco. Can I take a look at the script first? This time it is not a horror thriller, right? Of course. Wayne pointed to Nana's briefcase, and the assistant took out a stack of printed paper from it and put it in front of Jimmy. This movie needs DC's authorization. If it can't be obtained, many settings will need to be changed, which is not worth the loss. Jimmy picked up the script and turned to the first page, muttering softly, "Joker?" The only sound in the room was Jimmy slowly turning the pages. The script was very thick, and it was very different from Wayne's previous 2 projects. The story was also much more complicated, which made Jimmy feel a little dizzy. After a quick read, he looked up at his client with a surprised look. Then he turned to the first page of the script and read it again from the beginning. It was not until half an hour later that Jimmy let out a long breath. "Wayne, aren't you taking too big a step? This script is much more complicated than your previous 2 films." Seeing the reaction of his agent, Wayne asked with interest, "How is it? What do you think after reading it?" Jimmy squinted his eyes and recalled the story. "There are still many places I don't understand. From what I see now, the dramatic tension is so great that it makes me feel inexplicably trembling." He shook his head as he said that. "It's hard for me to comment on such a script. There are too many elements involved. Almost all the dark sides of North American society are deeply portrayed, except for racial issues. It's so touching." Hey, Jimmy." Wayne interrupted his sigh and pointed at the script on the table with his finger. "Don't think too much about it. This is just a movie. Do you think, if you give the project to Warner Brothers, will they let DC authorize it?" Jimmy raised his hands and searched his face hard and looked at the thick script on the table with complicated eyes. "As long as you impress them, authorization will definitely not be a problem. I'm just afraid that you're taking too big a step. No director dares to start such a movie easily." Without thinking about the final film, Jimmy was deeply touched after reading the script. Such a movie with a villain as the protagonist has almost never appeared in this era. Now, whether in North America or dozens of overseas ticket warehouses, the most popular movies in Hollywood are undoubtedly the high-end personal heroism saving the world. All the protagonists of these movies are positive characters. The difficulty of making a commercial film with such a neurotic and hysterical villain can be imagined. No one has ever done this in the field of large-scale commercial productions. Just by looking at the script, without looking at the plan, Jimmy knew that the investment would definitely not be low, because there were too many things to show in it. "When I finish the plan, I will talk to the senior management of Warner Brothers and promote the operation of this project." Wayne knew how risky it was to directly release this film, and he was ready to lobby Warner executives one by one. According to the career path he planned for himself, he should have shot 1 or 2 more successful films, slowly accumulated the trust of the production company in him, and slowly exercised his shooting ability. But the great success of Get Out dispelled most of Wayne's doubts. Since the audience of this era can accept such a film, and the acceptance is even very high, he is ready to start his plan in advance. Dark, deep, serious, twisted human nature, and an atmosphere that makes people feel breathless. Is this a fable? Or an accusation? Jimmy muttered quietly. He could not forget the shock the story in the script gave him. This person seemed to be very far away from him, but it seemed to be a part of his own personality. Such a complex character was simply fascinating. Jimmy. Seeing that his agent was still immersed in the story in the script, Wayne didn't know whether he should be happy. Oh, sorry, I was distracted. The theater has paid Warner Brothers the first box office share of Get Out, right? You should communicate with them as soon as possible and let them pay my director's fee as soon as possible. What is he working hard to make a movie for? Don't talk about dreams or anything like that. Wayne's core idea is also the interests of Kailualuo, which is the driving force that stimulates him to keep climbing up. Born in this country, money can definitely solve 99% of the troubles, and the remaining 10% is only because there is not enough money. In addition to the higher returns that may be obtained from making movies, there are other things, such as fame, power, and life value, and these are also inseparable from money. I'll talk to them when I get back. Jimmy leaned back on the sofa, trying to get rid of thoughts other than work. Don't worry, Warner Brothers will never default on your share. Since they want to work with you more deeply, they will never offend you because of the money they will have to pay sooner or later. That's good. Think about it, Jimmy. There's also a part for you in this. The biggest part of an agent's income is the various remunerations of his clients. The two are tied together, so the agent will work hard to promote his clients. According to the relevant regulations of North American theater companies, 28 days after a film is officially released, the theater will take the initiative to pay the first share to the film distributor. The first payment is also the largest share of a film. Except for some bug-level films, there is almost no possibility of breaking this rule. And the only one who can break this rule is the truck driver himself. The box office of The Big Ship went from being mediocre at the beginning to running rampant later, and it never relied on the weekend box office at the beginning. More than a decade later, Avatar replicated the box office trajectory of The Big Ship again, and only the truck driver did it. After the cinema pays the first share, the subsequent share of the film will vary according to the agreement and the release time. Generally, all the shares will be paid to the distributor within 1 week after the film is taken off the shelves. However, once the box office share is in the hands of the distribution company, it is unknown when they will pay the money to the producer and other directors and actors who participate in the share. If it is an individual producer, the distribution company will delay payment for a year or two. Even the 6 most reputable Hollywood giants are accustomed to delaying and refusing to pay without reason. After Jimmy left, Wayne put away the script and the unfinished plan, and returned to his bedroom. Just as he lay on the lounge chair on the balcony, Nina came in with the phone. "Boss, your new sweetheart called you, and asked if you have returned to Los Angeles." Huh. He took the phone, and pointed to the bedroom door. He waited until Nina walked out, before putting the phone to his ear. "Hello, this is Wayne Greenberg." "Hello, Director Greenberg, this is Cameron Diaz. I called you several times before, but the assistant answered. Will you be in Los Angeles?" Wayne's face slowly lifted up. He could hear the surprise in the other party's tone, and he was also very interested in her. "Of course, I just got back today. Do you have time? I have a big wine cellar. Would you like to come to my house for a drink?" The other end of the phone paused for a few seconds, as if thinking about something, and then a sweet voice came. "Can you pick me up? I don't have a good sense of direction. I'm afraid I can't find your home by driving myself." "No problem. Tell me where you are now, and I'll ask the car to pick you up." "Okay, you just wait at the Four Seasons Hotel." "Okay, that's it." Life needs new lines of stimulation. The arrival of this call made Wayne in a good mood. He went downstairs to greet Sergey and asked him to pick someone up at the Four Seasons Hotel. Cameron Diaz, who had just hung up the phone, was now in front of the Four Seasons Hotel with a look of surprise. She had called the director many times, but the assistant always answered the phone. She thought the connection she had finally established was broken, but she didn't expect that surprises always come unexpectedly. Not long after, a silver extended Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her and lowered the window in front of her somewhat embarrassed gaze. "Ms. Cameron Diaz?" "Yeah, it's me." Chapter 94, Kind-Hearted. Cameron Diaz sat in the back seat of the large Rolls-Royce. Everything in the car made her curious. The spacious interior, the black leather sofa, the wine cabinet filled with various bottles, and even a small refrigerator. This kind of capitalist luxury arrangement will give people a false sense of intoxication. When the car turned into Mulholland Road, she saw various mansions on the road through the car window. Each one had a different style, but when she got closer, they were all hidden behind deep trees and walls. It happened that Greenberg Manor was at the highest point. From entering the gate, the car passed through the huge garden and lawn, and finally stopped in the small square with a fountain in front of the main building. Cameron Diaz was still intoxicated, even when she got off the car. She kept shouting in her heart, "This is the damn charm of money." As soon as she got off the car, she saw Wayne. On the lawn next to the garden, there were 2 lounge chairs under the huge parasol. He was lying on the lounge chair with a glass of lemonade in his hand, and 2 lazy golden retrievers were lying on the other chair. She looked down at her outfit. She was very confident before coming here, but she looked out of place in this cheap dress. Sergey smiled at her, pointed at her boss who was holding the parasol, and asked her to go over by herself. "Thank you," Cameron Diaz whispered, and walked towards Wayne under the parasol. "Hi, Mr. Greenberg." With a sweet smile, she came to the lounge chair and flirted with the young rich man. Yes, a rich man. At this moment, the director, producer, and the like were not as impressed as the money she had made along the way. "Hi, Ms. Diaz, you are so hot today." Wayne took off his sunglasses and looked at her figure carefully from top to bottom. A light blue low-cut dress made her look very sexy. With a sweet smile on her face, she exuded the youthful beauty unique to girls. Perhaps it was because European and American girls matured early. Their early 20s were their best age. As long as they were over 30, their appearance would drop drastically, and Cameron Diaz was obviously at her best age. "Let's go in. What do you want to drink?" Wayne greeted her enthusiastically. The woman's skills last time had left a deep impression on him. It was a pity that they didn't have a deep exchange, but today should make up for the regret. With a turn of her eyes, Cameron Diaz took the man's arm and began to show her beauty intentionally or unintentionally. "Do you have anything with alcohol? I want to visit your wine cellar." "Of course, come on." Wayne felt the touch on his arm all the way and secretly praised in his heart that this woman deliberately didn't wear anything. He took her to the wine cellar below, picked a bottle of red wine at random, and came to Wayne's favorite balcony on the 3rd floor. The wide balcony can see the panoramic view of Beverly at a glance, and even most of Los Angeles can be included in it. Everyone who comes here will be shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of them. Naomi Watts is like this, Halle Berry is like this, and obviously this girl is no exception. She looked at the mountain obsessively. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful here. Here, the red wine you chose." Wayne poured the wine into 2 high-foot glasses and handed her a glass. As the glasses clinked, the girl smiled even sweeter. After taking a big sip of red wine, Cameron Diaz looked down. Good red wine needs to be paired with special dishes. Maybe it can be more intoxicating. Wayne put down the bottle and sat on the recliner with the glass in his hand. "How do you want me to cooperate?" Cameron Diaz raised his face and licked his lips. "Just sit and taste the wine." He was very obedient, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip, looking at Beverly Park in the distance. Cameron Diaz knelt on the ground and slowly crawled over. She was very sure that this man liked this, and she was very sure from the cocktail party that day. After drinking the red wine in the glass in one gulp, Wayne looked at the 2 golden retrievers chasing each other on the grass and sighed. "Melon, I'm very curious about one thing." The girl looked up at him, and because it was inconvenient to speak, her eyes revealed doubts. "I'm very curious." Wayne looked at the girl. "Your neck is like an engine installed. Do you have one installed on your waist as well?" Cameron Diaz nodded hard with an eager expression. It was not until after lunch that Wayne walked out of the bathroom with the passionate girl in his arms, ready to go downstairs to eat something and replenish his energy. Cameron Diaz looked at the torn skirt and looked at him awkwardly. She couldn't go downstairs in a bathrobe, could she? "Sorry, honey, I was a little too rough." "You are so charming." Wayne patted his head and took the girl's hand and walked into the cloakroom. "Here are some women's clothes. You can do with them first. We will buy you new ones after lunch. Wayne didn't have many clothes in the huge cloakroom. There were still clothes of Hallberry and Naomi Watts in 2 of the cabinets. But the girl obviously didn't dislike them. She took out a white skirt and put it on in front of him. When she left the cloakroom, she glanced at the custom clothes and toys at the bottom of the cabinet, remembering that this man obviously had some special fetishes. Sitting in the restaurant, Wayne ate beef in big mouthfuls. Seeing that she only ate some vegetable salad and the like, he couldn't help but sigh. The good figure of the model is indeed the result of self-discipline. You eat too little, sweetheart. You can try vegetarian bacon. That thing is not high in calories. Seeing that she only ate half of the vegetable salad and put down the cutlery in her hand, Wayne couldn't help but say something. It's already a lot. I calculate the calories of my food every day, which can fully provide the body's consumption. She watched the man eat beef in big mouthfuls. She really wanted to eat wantonly, but in order to maintain her figure, she suppressed the idea of continuing to eat. Wayne shrugged and ignored her. After quickly finishing 2 large pieces of steak, he took 2 large gulps of lemonade. What are your plans for the afternoon? I'll take you to buy a few new ones to compensate you for tearing your clothes. Seeing the girl nod in surprise, Wayne asked Sergi to prepare the car and take her to the Avenue of Stars to buy clothes. Since coming to Los Angeles to attend college, this girl is the most passionate and unrestrained girl Wayne has met. Other girls are more or less different from her. Cameron Diaz is very open, and her skills are very good. She is kind-hearted. After paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, Wayne sent Cameron Diaz, who was very satisfied and carrying a lot of bags, back to her apartment. Before leaving, this passionate and unrestrained girl quietly told him that as long as Wayne missed her, he could call her anytime. As Wayne gradually put his energy into the new project, this girl was also forgotten by him. After the plan was completed, Jimmy immediately helped him submit it to Warner Brothers. Warner also attached great importance to his new project. Wayne created a lot of revenue for them with a low-cost thriller. No one would ignore the requirements of such a continuously successful director. After reading the project plan, Jeff Robinov immediately made an appointment with Jonathan Keller, the president of DC Comics, to come to his office to discuss the feasibility of the project with him. Jonathan Keller was silent for a long time after reading the script with curiosity. Among the signature movies of Warner Brothers, the most famous one is the DC Batman series, but no one paid attention to other characters. Moreover, such a villain, let alone the quality of the script, is a big question, whether the audience can accept such a film against the trend. Moreover, he knows much more about DC Comics than Jeff. The ambition of this director can be seen from the foreshadowing in the film, but he is not going to say it. If the film is a great success, DC will get more attention and Warner. There is no problem with DC licensing, but I want to talk to the director. This film reveals too many things. I want to see if he has the ability to make such a film. Jeff raised his eyebrows and pointed to the plan next to the script and said, "This project will be discussed at the meeting on Monday. The investment required by this director this time is much larger than before. We need to fully evaluate the risks involved. You can come along as well." This film, which covers almost all social issues in North America except for racial issues, although there are no big action scenes, you can imagine that the investment involved is indispensable. Jonathan Keller simulated a few scenes in his mind and knew that this would definitely not be a small production. "I've seen Get Out directed by Greenberg." Jonathan Keller raised his hand and touched his chin. Compared to his first 2 films, this project is obviously the one where he put the most personal style. His ambition can be seen from the script alone. He abandoned the funny scenes that appeared in his 2 films and directly promoted the story with deep, dark, and twisted human nature. I don't know if you noticed that he even abandoned almost all the large-scale bloody scenes. Yes, this is also what Jeff Robinov lamented the most. After the director determined that his dark production style would be accepted by the general fans, he immediately abandoned the humorous scenes that he was not good at and focused on his strengths. No, Jonathan, he did abandon the humorous and funny scenes, but the large-scale bloody scenes were hidden in several points in the film. Jeff opened the script and pointed to the places near the end where Arthur killed people. If these shots are shot according to the script, the shocking effect will be much more profound than the ketchup spray. Jonathan Keller nodded thoughtfully. Well, I hope to participate in the review of this project throughout the whole process. Batman's several disappointments have already made the audience dissatisfied with DC. I hope this film can change the general public's perception of DC. Chapter 95 Suja Daddy. Tim Burton's Batman Gothic show directly ruined the reputation of his previous work. Movie fans were not very satisfied with it, and even the box office was based on Batman's own popularity. This made Jonathan Keller of DC Comics more cautious in dealing with comic characters. The character of the Joker, who also came from Gotham, was very uncertain whether it could be recognized by the audience. At the regular meeting of Warner Brothers on Monday, a copy of the project plan was placed in front of every executive. Everyone was flipping through it, and no one spoke first. If this kind of project with a villain as the protagonist was sent by someone else, it would probably not even have a chance to be reviewed. It was only because the director had just created a brilliant box office record that it could be discussed at the meeting. The commercial films that are generally popular in Hollywood now are by no means this kind of literary style that discusses social issues, but hot action films. Only eye-catching large scenes and large productions are the mainstream now. Knock, knock. CEO Kevin Sugihara knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention in the quiet conference room. Jeff, tell me what you think of the project that director Greenberg's agent has submitted to you. Jeff was actually not sure about the prospects of the project. The production cost marked at the end of the plan was as high as $50 million to $60 million US, which was already an investment in a Hollywood first-line commercial film. Just as Jeff was still considering how to speak, Thomas Menz, who was sitting opposite him in the film and television production department, waved the plan in his hand, looked at the people around him and spoke first. Based on the prospects described in the script and the plan, the feasibility of this project is indeed not low, but we must also consider director Greenberg's production style. His first two films received very enthusiastic responses from young people, and the biggest reason was his production style. An investment of millions of dollars can allow him to freely display his directorial talent, but this is a first-line production of tens of millions of dollars. No one can guarantee whether his directing experience can handle a large production. This is the most fundamental problem. The director's steps are too fast. He has no experience in directing a $10 million investment. His two consecutive successes are also small bets for big gains. This kind of director has appeared in Hollywood before. He can always get good results with small budget productions, but when it comes to big productions, he will face inexperience and be unable to control the huge crew, and the final film he produces will not meet the requirements. The composition of the crew of a first-line project is by no means comparable to that of a small stall with dozens of people. It requires the director and producer to have strong abilities and experience. This project is very suitable for director Greenberg, there is no doubt about that. Jeff leaned forward slightly with his hands crossed on the conference table. The style of the film can be said to be tailor-made for him, and his past commercial performance is also very convincing. I suggest that we invite director Greenberg to talk and then decide whether to enter the review process. Thomas Menz shrugged and looked at CEO Kevin Sugihara with everyone else. Jeff, find a time to invite him to the Warner building, and we will talk to him. That's it. Kevin Sugihara put down the plan in his hand and picked up another one. You also submitted the project of the Pelican assassination order. The director is Alan J. Pakula. Jeff was relieved to see that he agreed to his proposal. Although he still had doubts about the project, he was willing to trust the director. Wayne's past achievements were enough to support him to do so. Jeff submitted 2 project plans today. The second one was this one. In his eyes, this project was as important as Joker. The preliminary investigation of the project of the Pelican assassination order has been completed. The prospects are very good. Director Alan J. Pakula is trustworthy. He plans to invite Julia Roberts and Denzel Washington to star in it. All these are not problems. At the same time, Wayne, who was walking with his golden retriever in Greenberg Manor, was not aware of the controversy caused by his project in Warner Brothers. After taking this step, there was no room for regret. He could only try his best to promote the project to be approved. Just as he walked to the side of the garden near the gate with his 2 dogs, the manor welcomed an old friend. A red Ford car drove in from the outside. The car braked and stopped in front of Wayne, and Naomi Watts got out wearing sunglasses. "Hey, how have you been these days? I heard that you found another hot little wildcat to be her sugar daddy." Wayne let go of the 2 dogs and hugged her. As if he didn't hear the teasing about sugar daddy, he curled his lips and said, "The theme of this period is vacation. The new project has been submitted to Warner Brothers, and I'm still waiting for their news." After letting go of the blonde beauty, looking at her cool outfit, as if she had just returned from the beach, he asked, "Where did you just come back from vacation? Why did you think of coming to see me?" "I went back to Australia and rested for a few days." "Let's talk inside." Naomi Watts patted the car and sat in the driver's seat. After Wayne stuffed the 2 dogs into the back seat and got in the car himself, she restarted the car and parked it in front of the main building. The 2 sat in the living room, and Naomi Watts told the purpose of this visit. "Nicole Kidman is having a party and invited me. I want you to go with me." When Wayne was not interested in these things, but it didn't matter if he went with this blonde beauty. "Tonight." Naomi Watts looked at him awkwardly. "There will be a lot of people from our Australian circle at the party. It's a hometown party, right? It's at Cruz's house, not far from you." "Hey, Naomi, don't look at me like that. I'm yours tonight." Wayne looked at her long legs exposed. "But after the party, you'll be mine tonight." "No problem." Naomi Watts would never refuse this. The 2 of them had a very high level of tacit understanding, and the process was full of enjoyment for her. "Sugar daddy, I also want a full set of Channel's new products. When will you take me to the Avenue of Stars to shop?" Wayne heard her mention this again and asked in confusion, "Where did you hear the news? Don't you read the newspaper?" Naomi Watts rolled her eyes. "The tabloids are full of photos of you shopping with that girl." "That's right, you never care about those news. But now the tabloids are speculating that you dumped Halle Berry for Cameron Diaz. Now you have a new title, Sugar Daddy. How about it? Do you like it? We are just playing around. Okay, if you like, you can go shopping for clothes anytime." Wayne really didn't care about those tabloids. His daily routine was very regular, especially after letting Jimmy hand over the new project to Warner Brothers. He almost never left the manor. He was either walking the dog or thinking about shooting problems at home. This film is different from the previous 2. It is much more complicated. He wants to go to New York to shoot all the shots on site, which is also a big problem. This requires Warner and the New York City government to communicate later. The actor of the Joker is also a big problem. How old is Joaquin Phoenix now? Hollywood has almost all kinds of actors, and this kind of person is also very difficult to find. The only solution now is to hope that the audition work will be a surprise. "Are you going back? Or are you going there directly tonight?" Naomi Watts pointed to the car outside. "I brought some clothes. You can go there with me tonight." Wayne nodded and looked at the long legs curled up on the sofa. "No one has touched the decoration in your room. Do you want to go up and take a look?" Naomi Watts looked at him and saw what he meant. She knew this man very well. She licked her lips gently at Wayne's gaze, stood up and walked directly to the 2nd floor. "You are just an animal, Wayne." The hot afternoon passed. Just as the night of Los Angeles was about to approach, Wayne, dressed in a formal suit, took Naomi Watts to get into the Rolls-Royce. Sergey stopped the car and opened the front and rear partitions less than 5 minutes after driving out of the manor. "Boss, we're here." After getting off the car, Naomi Watts gently took Wayne's arm, handed the invitation to the security guard at the door, and the 2 walked into the mansion. Unlike Greenberg Manor, there is no garden in front of Tom Cruise's house. After entering, a gravel road leads directly to the main building. On the contrary, there is a large space behind the main building, and the party is held on the grass behind. The entrance of the mansion is full of luxury cars. Unlike Wayne's taste, Bentley, Cadillac, and Mercedes-Benz are only a few here, and there are more supercars. Looking at a row of them is like a luxury car show. "Although you have had unpleasantness and competition," Naomi Watts took his arm and said softly, "but at your level, Tom Cruise will never tear his face with you. Even if you hate each other, you will maintain a superficial relationship." Wayne understood what she meant and didn't want to make enemies everywhere. Tom Cruise should think the same. Otherwise there would not be a meeting at the last party to ease the relationship. This circle is like this. Everyone is a well-known person. Even if they can't cooperate, they will basically be calm after the competition. No one dares to guarantee whether there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. There are many Australian actors who don't have a good relationship with Tom Cruise, such as that one. Wayne followed her gaze and looked forward. Mel Gibson was chatting with Sylvester Stallone. Tom Cruise not only disliked Mel Gibson, but even hated him a little. However, since he and Nicole Kidman were both from the Australian gang, he still acquiesced to the other party to attend the party. Not only Tom Cruise, but even Wayne himself didn't like this Australian wild donkey. Some of his remarks have been controversial. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Party. Led by the waiter, the two walked along the wide gravel road, bypassed the corridor of the main building, and entered the huge backyard. On the brightly lit backyard lawn, dozens or even hundreds of people were divided into different circles to talk to each other. Beautiful women and handsome men in cool clothes shuffled among them, and the waiters carried trays and kept delivering drinks. Seeing them come in, Nicole Kidman, who had been entertaining the guests, came to greet them. "Hi, Naomi. Good evening, Nicole." Naomi Watts let go of Wayne's arm, crossed over him, and hugged Nicole Kidman. Just as she said, no matter how the two of them were in private, at this moment they really looked like two good friends. "Good evening, Director Greenberg." Nicole Kidman let go of Naomi Watts and extended her hand to Wayne. "It's great that you can come to the party." "Good evening, Miss Kidman." After shaking her hand gently, Wayne carefully observed the woman. In the early 1990s, Nicole Kidman was so white that she glowed. She was very tall and her figure looked very oppressive, and her queen temperament was undoubtedly revealed. Putting aside her ulterior motives, this beauty is indeed the most durable among Hollywood actresses, and she can still compete with the new generation of actresses after she is in her teens. "I'll take you in." Nicole Kidman took them to the swimming pool, waved to call two waiters, and after raising a glass with Wayne, she went back to the front of the villa to continue entertaining the new guests. "A very confident woman, isn't she?" Naomi Watts said in a strange tone when she saw him staring at his Australian compatriot. "Naomi, you are not on the same path." Wayne retracted his gaze. He just sighed that the former goddess was so beautiful when she was young. Mrs. Cruise is a shortcut, but there are also very big hidden dangers. Huh? Naomi Watts looked at him puzzled. Wayne picked up the champagne, looked around, and made sure no one was paying attention to them before continuing. "This is indeed the fastest shortcut to fame, but it doesn't mean there are no hidden dangers. As long as Tom Cruise is still a superstar, she will always be Mrs. Cruise, and will not have a second personality, no matter how well she performs. If we say that the future generations evaluate the women that North American movie fans dislike the most, Nicole Kidman will definitely be at the top. This woman is a typical box office poison except for the 2 years after her divorce from Tom Cruise. Especially the movies she co-starred with her husband, none of them were a big hit at the box office. This is a teammate that even Tom Cruise can't lead. From Far From Home to Eyes Wide Shut, almost no movie has been successful. But as long as Tom Cruise doesn't partner with his wife, his box office appeal will become extremely strong, which is actually quite embarrassing. No one is sure how many of the successful movies of this woman at the box office were influenced by North American movie fans due to her weak personality due to divorce. "You know what? She is the smartest one." Naomi Watts sighed in her tone. "If I hadn't met you, I would have been playing minor roles until I couldn't stand it anymore, and then flew back to Australia in disgrace. Her choice is the smartest thing to do, and others can't learn it, even if they want to." Naomi Watts is also a very smart woman. She knows very well why her road to fame is so smooth. If Wayne hadn't used her as the heroine in 2 consecutive films, and all the films were a big success, she would still be nothing until now, and she would definitely have to work in a convenience store and keep auditioning for minor roles. She knows that this man means more to her than any boyfriend or something like that. She is just lucky. She was lucky to meet Wayne, who was also down and out in that old apartment. Naomi, you have to thank yourself for your efforts. Wayne didn't want to mention these things. Some people are always special. He can be sure that there will never be another woman like Naomi Watts around him in the future. The master is here. Naomi Watts patted his arm gently and nodded behind him. Wayne turned around and found Tom Cruise, dressed in a neat suit, holding a glass of champagne, walking towards him. "Hi, Director Greenberg." "Hi, Mr. Cruise." The two shook hands and exchanged polite words. Tom Cruise looked at Naomi Watts beside him and said, "Let's find a quiet place to chat for a while." Wayne shrugged and patted the woman's hand. "You go and have fun first. I'll go talk to Mr. Cruise for a while. I'll call you later." Tom Cruise nodded to Naomi Watts, walked to the edge of the backyard with Wayne, and sat on the white chair under the palm tree. "Director Greenberg, call me Wayne, Tom." "Okay, Wayne. There were some small misunderstandings between us, you know." Tom Cruise raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Wayne raised his glass and gestured to him. "It's over. This is Hollywood. I understand. There is no personal conflict between us." Tom Cruise also raised his glass and took a big sip. "To be honest, I admire you very much. In a certain aspect, you are simply a genius. Since I became famous, I have hardly seen a director like you who can make such movies look good and have box office success. People like to hear compliments, and Wayne is no exception." He also said, "Hey, do you know what I'm most proud of? It's not those damn box office numbers, but that I beat Tom Cruise. It's simply a miracle." Wayne's tone was full of self-mockery, and Tom Cruise also laughed after hearing it. As the two people praised each other's business, the unfamiliar atmosphere between them melted away visibly. Tom Cruise smiled and shook his head and asked casually, "I heard that you submitted a new project to Warner Brothers. When are you going to start preparations? I have to be careful this time, so as not to run into you again." Sure enough, there are no secrets in this circle. Wayne sighed in his heart. He had just submitted a new project to Warner Brothers for 2 days, and the other party received the news. The specific time is uncertain. Warner Brothers seems to have doubts about my new project, and has not officially entered the review process. Don't be ridiculous, Wayne. Tom Cruise was surprised to hear this. When Hollywood reviews a director's project, the most important point of examination is the director's commercial performance in the past 3 years. They will not block your project. That would push you to the opponent. The investment this time is very high, unlike the previous small budget small production. Wayne also understood this. The commercial performance of the past 2 films was his biggest reliance. He believed that Warner Brothers would accept it in the end. Your film is very ideological. If I hadn't accepted Sidney Pollack's The Trap, I would definitely participate in your audition for the male lead. The other party's words reminded him that Tom Cruise did not cooperate with his wife in this The Trap. He had an impression of this film. The combination of Tom Cruise, Gene Hackman and Gene Triplehorn seemed to be a bomb in the annual box office. Even if his own film was completed, he had to stagger the schedule with the other party. It was not because he was afraid of competition, but if he encountered such a film, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. Wayne smiled and said, "Tom, there will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. To be honest, your style is not suitable for my film, unless you are willing to play a psychopath, which is inconsistent with your position in the hearts of fans. There will be a chance. Your shooting style is naturally close to awards. We will always have a chance to cooperate." Tom Cruise stood up, and the two hugged again, ready to end this conversation. Their goals have been achieved, especially Tom Cruise. No one is unwilling to make friends with a director who is constantly successful, and this director is not the kind who will be laid off after shooting the material. This is a director with real power and talent. Even as a Hollywood superstar, his status itself represents scarce resources, and this is no exception. Tom Cruise is very proud, but he is not stupid. Most of the time, his mind is clear. The two returned to the center of the party, and Tom Cruise pointed to the beautiful girls around them looking at them. "Enjoy it, Wayne. It's very safe here with me." Wayne shrugged and prepared to find Naomi Watts. The purpose of his coming here today has been achieved. After staying with her for a while, he was ready to go back. Not far from Wayne, by the pool, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. See, that's the kid. Mel, don't be angry with the kid. His movie not only beats you, he just had a good chat with Tom. Sitting opposite Mel Gibson was a big guy with a paralyzed face, and it seemed that the two had a good relationship. Mel Gibson was a very contradictory person. He didn't have many friends in the circle because he was an alcoholic and made many inappropriate remarks after drinking too much, but he always made some friends. Sylvester Stallone was unwilling to get involved in such topics. He and Wayne both had Jewish ancestry, so they were even more unwilling to talk about this topic. Mel, I hope we have a chance to work together. I have something else to do. Stallone stood up and walked towards the host of the party, Tom Cruise. Wayne found Naomi Watts, who was chatting with a group of actors from Australia. Even Nicole Kidman was involved. It was obvious that the center of the group was these two women. Naomi, why don't you introduce director Greenberg to us? Amid the crowd's cheering, Naomi Watts just smiled, took his arm, said sorry, and took him away. This bitch. A bitch who relies on men. Nicole Kidman was originally smiling and listening, but her face turned cold when she heard this. This sentence also applies to her. Chapter 97 Lobbying. Naomi Watts walked out with Wayne's arm around her. From time to time, the two of them would politely nod and say hello to others. Are you sure you want to do this? Wayne looked back at the girls just now. I see you had a good chat with them just now. Naomi Watts shook her head and waited until the two got into the car before she said, it's just on the surface. Don't pay attention to them. They are just a bunch of bitches. Okay, don't think too much. Successful people never care about the feelings of losers. Wayne comforted her. These things are unavoidable. Naomi Watts was once one of them. She might not be as successful as them, but at least they don't have to work in convenience stores. Now that she has become very famous with 2 films, some people are just unbalanced. After returning to the manor, Naomi Watts consciously followed him to the 3rd floor and changed her clothes skillfully. He understood Wayne's taste better than anyone else. This man liked rough games. It happened that she could accept it and get happiness from it, so she always felt that the two of them were very compatible in some ways. Maybe we can customize some new clothes and toys. Naomi Watts lay on his chest, lifted the quilt, and looked at the torn clothes on the ground. Of course, what new tricks have you come up with? Feeling the reaction of the man in the quilt, Naomi Watts curled her lips. You are an animal, Wayne. Okay, I'm very tired. Let's talk about something serious. Wayne took his hand out of the quilt, leaned on the bed and lit a cigarette, and said with a puff of green smoke, what's the matter? Naomi Watts skillfully snatched the cigarette from the man's mouth, took a deep breath, and put it back into his mouth. I know there are some things that I shouldn't bother you with, but I'm unsure. This is definitely the last time I bother you. She looked at the man's face and slowly tried. Seeing that he didn't look impatient, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued. 2 films have come to me, and all my auditions are fine. Can you give me some advice? Naomi. Wayne frowned. I'm not an omniscient god. At most, I can help you analyze it. These jobs should have been given to your agent. Tell me, what kind of movies are they? Seeing that he agreed, Naomi Watts jumped off the bed naked and took out 2 crumpled scripts from her handbag. If someone else said so, she might have taken it seriously, but no one knew this man better than her. If he was a genius as a director, then, with his precise vision, being a producer was what he was best at. Putting the 2 scripts on Wayne's chest, she ran errands and sat on the bed, watching him read the script with a serious face. The moment she got the 2 printed papers in her hand, Wayne actually made a decision for her. One of them was too familiar, and he even remembered the specific plot. Take this Mrs. Doubtfire. The director is Chris Columbus, right? Go all out for this film. This director is very good at this type of film and he rarely fails. After saying that, he put the script of Mrs. Doubtfire on the girl's lap and threw the other script under the bed without even looking at it. Is there any need to hesitate after seeing this film? One of Chris Columbus's peak works. The world only remembers the Home Alone series, but forgets that this film has a much higher box office than Home Alone. Later generations of movie fans summed up a truth. For this type of childish film, Chris Columbus is absolutely a true god. His shortcoming is that he can only shoot the first one, and the risk of shooting the sequel will increase greatly. Thank you. I will ask my agent to negotiate the contract tomorrow, and I must get a big price this time. Wayne knew that she was complaining about his stinginess. He played the leading role in 2 films, but did not get any salary. They like you because of your youthful and beautiful appearance, your sweet and lovable face, and the influence of 2 consecutive successful films. You're welcome. Let your agent ask for a high price. Don't say that Westerners are not superstitious. In fact, Europeans and Americans are much more superstitious than Easterners. If you don't believe it, look at the tarot card fortune telling houses that can be seen everywhere, and there are things like crystal ball fortune telling, which are all popular here. Hollywood production companies are the best among them. For those actors who have achieved success in any film, even if they know that the other party is just a vase, they are willing to pay a high price. Naomi Watts carefully put the script back into her bag, without even looking at the one that was thrown away, and went straight into the quilt. After returning to bed, a muttering sound could still be heard from under the quilt. This is a reward, Wayne, you damn animal. The sunshine in Los Angeles is all year round, making it difficult to distinguish the boundaries of the 4 seasons, until the end of July when Jimmy brought him the first good news. Warner Brothers had already calculated his director's share, and asked Jimmy to inform him that he could bring his accountant to settle the share at any time. This was the most exciting news Wayne had received during this period of time. He called Colin Howard in New York and asked him to fly to Los Angeles to help him settle the share of remuneration. The next morning, Wayne brought his assistant Nina, agent Jimmy and accountant Colin Howard to the Warner building. After entering the building, Jimmy and Colin followed the Warner staff to calculate the share issue. Wayne took Nina and knocked on the office of CEO Kevin Tsujihara directly. He needed to lobby for the new project in person. If he could not get the support of Warner Brothers, he would have done a lot of useless work in the early stage, which would have a greater impact on his subsequent plans. The Joker project does not necessarily require DC's authorization. Just like the script he filed with the Writers Guild at the beginning, as long as some comic colors were removed, there would be no problem as a standalone film. This was just Wayne's last choice. If he did that, he would have to leave the giant Warner Brothers and look for another production company, which would disrupt his entire plan. Wayne, this is Jonathan Keller, the president of DC Comics. Jeff Robinov introduced them enthusiastically. Nice to meet you, Mr. Keller. Hello, Director Greenberg. After a simple greeting, several people sat down. Wayne took the briefcase from Nina and took out the same plan from it. Any questions about this project? He was the first to break the silence and looked at the 3 executives who could decide the fate of the film. It's okay, you can ask directly, I can explain it to you. Jeff and Kevin both turned to look at Jonathan Keller, and the president of DC Comics was also observing Wayne. He didn't need to read the plan and the script, as he had studied them countless times in the past few days. The director's overly young face revealed a calmness, and he didn't look like a character who could shoot a black film. But the other party's brilliant achievements in the past 2 years kept reminding him that this was definitely not a simple young man. Director Greenberg, I have carefully read your plan and script. Jonathan Keller pointed to the documents on the table, and then took out the script separately. The work on the plan has little to do with us. It's mainly the script. In it, you reveal many problems that reflect real society through the villain Arthur the Joker. I have some doubts about how you are going to make such a complex film. Batman's audience reputation has collapsed, which has affected the revenue of DC Comics. We don't want to see another character being disappointed by the vast number of comic fans. Wayne understood that the other party's concerns were completely justified, but he still underestimated the extent of Batman's collapse. If Wayne did not appear, Warner Brothers' mysterious operation would make Batman even worse. In his impression, another Batman movie will fail this year, and Bruce Wayne, the ill-fated superhero, will continue to sink. Mr. Keller, I carefully wrote this script by combining my own shooting style and the story concept I'm good at. If you observe carefully, you will find that I have removed all the humorous scenes. Through the training of the first two films and the test of the market, I have every reason to believe that the general public is very willing to accept this dark and deep story style, and I'm fully capable of producing the effect described in the script. Just as they thought, Wayne was full of confidence in this project and in his own abilities. After a pause, Wayne continued, "This is a dystopian film, just like my first two works, but this one is more thoroughly executed. This is not a normal clown in a comic. He does not have an unreasonable chaos and unpredictable nature. I gave him a tragic but traceable core. If I were to name this film, based on the comics, I would call it Joker Origin." Jonathan Keller had been listening to him carefully, and when he heard him say this, he couldn't help but ask a question. "You mean, recreate a Joker? Tell the general public how the Joker became the evil villain?" "Yes, Mr. Keller. Arthur the Joker was not born a chaotic villain." Wayne picked up the coffee on the table and drank half a cup. "DC comics are always full of dark, serious, and twisted human nature, and Arthur the Joker is the best among them. Are villains born villains? No, he also started as a kind person and slowly became the final clown." Jonathan Keller frowned and thought he couldn't judge whether this was good or bad. In the past, whether it was comics or movies, the villains that appeared in them were all born bad. They didn't have their own ideas, and most of them were just opponents of positive characters. Chapter 98 Huge Income. In the president's office of Warner Brothers, several executives present looked at each other. They had already reached a tacit understanding that Warner would definitely invest in this project. The main consideration was whether the market acceptance of such an alternative film would be the same as his previous two films, given the huge production cost. Just as they discussed in the regular meeting, with Wayne's successful business achievements and millions of dollars of investment, Warner Brothers could even invest with their eyes closed. With his talent as a director, there was no possibility of failure. But the cost of this project was tens of millions of dollars. This amount of money was a considerable sum in any era. Any company that needed to invest so much money would seriously consider the gains and losses. Jonathan Keller reached out and tapped the script on the table. "DC Comics will authorize your characters. If the film officially begins preparations, we will send staff to participate in the production of the film." "No problem." Wayne nodded and agreed to this. "With DC professionals, we can communicate at any time if there is anything wrong with the film production." There was nothing that could be done. Since Wayne wanted to use other people's comic characters, he had to accept their supervision. He was very clear about DC Comics' concerns. They were afraid that the film would be completely out of character setting and affect the company's revenue. Kevin Tsujihara and Jeff Robinov looked at each other and understood that the project was basically settled. Even if there was still some review work to be done, it was just a formality. Everyone present had read the script. If Warner Brothers was unwilling to invest, they could just change the background setting of Arthur the Joker in the script, and it would immediately become another film. This method is very common in Hollywood. There is no need to make too big changes to the plot. It is very simple to change the name and background of the Joker. Warner Brothers cannot push this director to the competitor like 20th Century Fox did. Director Greenberg, in addition to the investment of $50 million, your plan also requires real-life shooting in New York. Jeff Robinov asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, everyone knows that New York is the real Gotham, but this requires Warner and the New York City government to communicate. If the shooting starts, there will be many scenes that require road closures. Wayne was obviously a little troubled by this, but New York was the best choice at the moment. This world's financial capital, a city of wealth, an international metropolis composed of chaos and order, is naturally suitable as the background of the film. Wayne thought about it and emphasized, "What is Gotham? My understanding is that it is an exaggerated version of modern New York that amplifies all negative emotions. A metropolis that makes people at the bottom breathless, a city that is bright and beautiful on the surface, but rotten to the core." Jeff Robinov frowned tightly. "Wayne, even if Warner Brothers comes forward to communicate with the New York City government, they will never let you close the road for a long time to shoot. That's New York." Of course he thought of this. If he really couldn't shoot on the spot as planned, he had other plans. "I'm not a stubborn academic." Wayne knew that he had achieved his goal when he heard the other party's tone. I'm not a technical person. As long as it's good for the film, it doesn't matter whether the picture is shot in real life or with a model. But in the setting of the film, there are many shots that cannot be avoided and must be shot in real life. For the remaining shots that can be replaced, you can consider using CG. After listening to his shooting plan, several people nodded. As long as they don't have to stick to all real life shooting, there are many means available, not only CG, but also many methods such as props and models. Warner will promote the review of the film as soon as possible. You can go back and make some preparations in advance. Kevin Suhara said with a smile. We will notify your agent after the review is passed. After your personal treatment is discussed, Warner will hold a media meeting to announce the establishment of the film. These are inevitable. Wayne is not the later James Cameron. Even if the later King of the World starts filming, it can't avoid all media. The more investment a film has, the more it needs to be promoted as soon as possible. After the business was discussed, several people relaxed, and Wayne politely said goodbye. Director Greenberg, I'm going with you. When he was leaving, Jonathan Keller of DC Comics stopped him, walked over to him and whispered, "Let's go downstairs and talk privately." The three of them went downstairs and sat down in the lounge area of the Warner building. Jonathan Keller looked at Wayne and said with a smile, "If this film can still be successful, you will become the most alternative first-line commercial film director in Hollywood. I'm just trying to do my job well." Wayne said modestly, thinking about the other party's purpose in his mind. As an executive, time is very precious, and he can't just want to chat. "Well, actually, I still have some doubts about the Joker project." Jonathan Keller stared into his eyes, trying to see through his true thoughts. "I saw ambition in the film, not just ambition for the character of Arthur. You left several foreshadowings in the script." Wayne sighed that the other party was worthy of being the head of DC Comics. He had done it very covertly, but he still noticed it. "You guessed it right. There's nothing to hide. I hope that there will be more DC comic characters in the future besides the Joker movie. Don't you think that all your superheroes are particularly in line with my style?" Jonathan Keller recalled the superheroes and stories one by one, and was confused by his half-true and half-false explanation. Wayne was right. All the characters and stories under DC were quite in line with the dark style of Deep Hatred and Deep Hatred. Ignoring Jonathan Keller, who was sitting on the sofa thinking, Wayne saw the agent and accountant coming downstairs, greeted them, and got up and left. "How is it? Is everything settled?" After the car started, Wayne began to care about his income. Colin Howard took out a few documents from his bag and showed them to him. "Most of it has been checked. There may be some shares stipulated by the Directors Guild in the future, but that part is long-term income and the proportion is very small." The documents were printed clearly. The total box office of Get Out in North America was $165 million US. Although there were still a few remote theaters that had not yet been closed, those were meaningless. The profits belonged to the theater company. The global box office had exceeded $300 million US, but the overseas part had nothing to do with him. According to the director's contract signed with Warner Brothers, if the box office of the film could reach 10 times the production cost, that is, $50 million US, Wayne would receive 5% of the total North American box office as an incentive share for his work as a director. If the North American box office reached $100 million US, 10%, $150 million US, 15%. Although Warner Brothers believed that he would succeed, it was obvious that they did not expect the box office to explode so high. So according to the signed contract, Wayne could get 15% of the total North American box office of the film, which was a huge sum of $24.75 million US. This part of the income was fixed, and he did not need to pay any additional price, except filing taxes before April 15th of the following year. "Look, Wayne, what a dazzling number." Jimmy's face flushed with excitement, and he waved his arms while speaking. He was the person who had the most reason to be happy besides Wayne. A large part of the income would go to Jimmy, which was much more than the salary CAA gave him. Tax avoidance, Jimmy, Colin. Wayne was also very happy, but his first thought when he saw the money was heartache. One problem that can never be avoided in North America is paying taxes. As a transitioner who started out as a tax resistance, only paying taxes and death are eternal. With more than $20 million in cash, Wayne's face twitched with heartache as long as he silently calculated the taxes to be paid in his mind. It must be said that, although his soul still has the mark of an Oriental, he has become a qualified Jewish capitalist. Colin, you have to help me register a charitable foundation as soon as possible. Jimmy, help him to hurry up and get this done. There are many ways to legally avoid taxes in North America, and the most effective one is charity. So almost all high-income groups in Hollywood have their own charitable foundations. Most stars would put their income through the foundation's account, and all their daily food, clothing, housing, and expenses would also go through the foundation's account. There was no way to check what was involved. Wayne would do the same, of course. As long as the charitable foundation was registered, all his living expenses, including the manor expenses, would go through the foundation's account. Even if he really needed to spend real money to do something, it would be better than handing it over directly to the tax bureau. At least he could get some reputation. Warner Brothers will transfer the box office share to Greenberg Studios' account tomorrow. Colin Howard said calmly, I will register the charitable foundation as soon as possible, so you don't have to worry about that. Speaking of his role as an accountant and financial advisor, he was much less worried than his father was about Howard. Most of his work was to keep an eye on Wayne's stocks in New York, without having to worry about the returns. Although this kind of work could not bring out his professional skills, who wouldn't like a high-paying and comfortable job? Wayne, do you have plans to use a lot of cash in the future? Colin thought of the stocks in his hand. His boss had never cared about them since he bought them. I suggest you continue to buy stocks of Microsoft and Oracle, and you can also consider other internet companies. The market capitalization of these two companies has been growing healthily, and now any stock related to the internet is going up like crazy. Colin's suggestion reminded Wayne that buying these two stocks was definitely the safest way to invest, and he just had to withdraw before the bubble burst. Chapter 99 The assistant director flies away. Colin Howard has tasted the sweetness. During this period, he watched the stock prices of internet companies rise like crazy, even though these companies have no profitability and profit model at all. Wayne, the most powerful myths of wealth creation now all come from internet companies. Colin Howard had a yearning look on his face and his tone was full of envy. These internet companies dare to go public to raise money, even if they only have a concept. And most of them have achieved good results. Now those investors are very keen to invest in such concept stocks. We only buy Microsoft and Oracle, Colin. Wayne doesn't believe in things outside of his memory. Since there are safer options, why take risks? It's like an oversized balloon that is being blown up, and all investors are adding air to it together, until one day, bang, the Twin Towers in New York will start to rain dumplings again. Wayne's description is very vivid. It has not been 2 years since the last time dumplings fell. It's just that these two are hot stocks, and the buying speed will be very slow. Colin Howard picked up the water on the table and took a big sip. His boss's speed of making money also made him dry. We are not in a hurry. Buy slowly. My first goal of investment is to preserve value. Taking risks to gain greater returns has nothing to do with us. The fact that Warner Brothers could pay him the share so readily definitely gave Wayne a surprise. You know, the film industry takes a long time to recover money. The production company takes a long time to recover its investment, and it takes even longer for them to pay the director's share. Generally speaking, if a film can be paid within 1 year after it is taken off the shelves, it is considered conscientious. It is not uncommon for it to take longer, and there are also many cases where the payment is maliciously delayed and refused. Peter Jackson, the fat man from New Zealand, sued New Line several times because of the director's salary for The Lord of the Rings. Warner will happily pay Wayne's director's share within half a year after the film is taken off the shelves. This is also a kind of sincerity and attitude. After all, the willingness of both parties to cooperate is still very strong and is in the honeymoon period. Boss, your phone. Before the car returned to Beverly, Nina received a call with a strange expression on her face. After listening to a few words, she handed it to Wayne. Who? Wayne looked at the expression on her face, which was obviously a bit playful. After taking the phone and putting it to his ear, a sweet voice came from the other side. "Wayne, are you busy? Can I come to your house as a guest?" "Cameron Diaz?" Wayne asked doubtfully. The other side paused obviously and then said, "It's me. You haven't contacted me for a while. You won't forget me, right? How is it possible? Greenberg Manor welcomes you to visit at any time. Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up?" Thinking of this passionate and unrestrained hot girl, Wayne's mouth corners slowly curled up. "I have thought of a new trick. You will like it. No need to pick me up. I will drive over by myself. That's it. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Wayne looked at the people in the car, all pretending not to hear anything, and looking at the things in their hands. He shrugged helplessly. Nowadays, the phone basically cannot receive the sound. You can hear the general idea if you are a little closer. "Okay, Jimmy, please help me contact Luke, Steve and others in advance, and let them prepare. The new project may start the preliminary preparation at any time." Obviously, talking about business is the best way to cover up some embarrassment. He estimated that the people in the car knew the ridicule of Sugar Daddy. As for his private life, Wayne has nothing to hide. He has not formed a family, let alone any moral issues. At most, the media will give him some nicknames such as Playboy and Sugar Daddy. Hollywood's private life is chaotic and even corrupt. Compared with them, Wayne is as pure as a white lotus. When it comes to the core team, Jimmy slapped his thigh and said, "You have to find a new assistant director." What? He didn't quite understand what the agent said. "Luke may not be able to participate in your new project. The success of the first 2 films is not only recognized by Hollywood, but also by Luke." Jimmy patiently explained to him. Harbor Entertainment has a low-budget horror film and invited him to be the director. It is estimated that the preparations are almost completed and it will start shooting soon. Wayne suddenly thought of Luke Simmons. He studied silently during the work of the first 2 films, and his notebook was always in his hand. From the director's arrangement of the shooting plan to the concept of post-production, he tried to absorb everything he saw. His efforts finally paid off, and he got the opportunity to direct. This kind of thing is also common in Hollywood. No one wants to be a participant all the time. Most people are trying to be a leader. Do you have any other candidates to recommend? The first assistant director who suddenly lost his tacit cooperation. Wayne immediately thought of finding a replacement. The last thing he lacked here was talent. He just wanted to find an assistant director who met his production concept, which might take time. "Let's talk about it inside." The car turned into the manor, and several people walked into the living room of the main building together. Losing a core team member who cooperated with you tacitly is not a big deal, especially when the new project is very complicated. You have to know that Luke Simmons has never been a simple assistant director. He is like a crew steward, and he also has the work of crew coordination. He is also the lubricant between the director and the staff to avoid communication problems. In terms of organizational ability, Luke is a genius. His affinity allows him to communicate smoothly with any type of work and the crew at work. It should be emphasized that Luke can suppress all his inspiration to cooperate with Wayne's production concept. I don't know if the successor can do this. Wayne sat on the sofa, habitually holding a cigarette in his mouth, and his left hand lightly lit it on the coffee table. "Jimmy, the assistant director's matter should be as soon as possible. Help me spread the news and see if there is a suitable one to come. This is different from other positions. I need to communicate with him in advance about the shooting concept," Wayne said while thinking. After exhaling a puff of green smoke, he continued, "This preparation is different from the past. The second, third, and even fourth assistant directors can all be from Warner Brothers, and the first assistant director must be someone with similar ideas to me. When the film officially starts shooting, the crew will be much larger than the previous 2 crews, and someone must help me control the crew. I don't want to, and I can't, devote my energy to power struggles and solving various personnel conflicts. I will release the news as soon as possible and keep an eye on this matter." Jimmy understood his concerns. Warner may pass the review at any time and start negotiations with the project planner, Wayne. Some things must be done in advance. If it is still the same as the previous project, with a production cost of several $1 million, Wayne is sure to get the full control of the film. He and Warner both understand that it is difficult to lose money at this level of investment. But this time the investment is tens of millions of dollars. This is a Hollywood first-line production. The composition of the crew will never be simple, and it is impossible for the director to have the final say in everything. The only 2 points he can strive for now are the first to serve as a producer and the second to promote the second cooperation with John Gray. As long as John Gray is still the first production manager, you can put your mind at ease. This person has a good personality. As long as it is beneficial to the work, he will never play the role of producer in the crew. You guys talk. I have to rush back to Burbank to see if the company has any suitable candidates to recommend. Jimmy nodded to Colin Howard and Nina and stood up to leave first. Under the current circumstances, he, the agent in charge of Wayne's film and television production, is the busiest time. He will not be able to relax until the contract with the production company is negotiated and the film is officially prepared. Jimmy's office has moved to the second floor of CAA, which is the greatest affirmation of his busy work. If Wayne continues to be successful as always, Jimmy is not without ambition for the position of partner. Colin Howard just took out all the documents and did not start to explain to Wayne the income during this period. Jimmy walked in with a gloomy face and followed Hella. What's wrong? Wayne and Colin raised their heads together and looked at the two. Hella walked to her boss and whispered, "A guest has arrived. He claims to be Ivan Martin from CAA." He looked at his assistant and asked, "Did you call him in advance?" "No, at least not through me." Nina said affirmatively without even looking through the record book. "But," Nina glanced at Jimmy before continuing, "Ivan Martin is one of the giants of CAA, a partner, and one of the earliest agents when Michael Ovitz founded CAA. What's wrong with that? He and Jimmy's boss, right Lord, are not from the same faction. It can be said that they are incompatible." Nina glanced at her file and whispered. Wayne understood that no large company could be a monolithic entity. Sometimes the intensity of the internal struggle of a company is even more intense than that of its competitors. "Please ask him to come in, Hella. In fact, it is not difficult to guess the purpose of the other party's visit. It is nothing more than a bet on each other to poach people. Sit down, Jimmy. What do you have to worry about? Don't forget, we are friends, and the others are not." Jimmy nodded, sat aside with a grim look, and stared at the middle-aged white man who came in. Ivan Martin was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a dark suit that made him look mature and capable, and the smile on his face made it easy for him to leave a good impression. This kind of agent who has been trained for many years has his own way of getting along with star directors, which makes you feel comfortable and highlights your ability. Chapter 100. I'm still too young. Ivan Martin ignored Jimmy's disgusted look, smiled appropriately, and stretched out his right hand. "Hello, Director Greenberg. Sorry, I should have said hello in advance before I came to visit." He shook Wayne's hand and shook it gently. "It just so happened that I was passing by here, so I came to try my luck." His words almost made Jimmy laugh. Passing by? Greenberg Manor can be said to be at the end of Mulholland Drive, the highest point of Beverly Park. "Where are you going if you pass by here?" "Jump off a cliff." Wayne also praised in his heart. "Interesting. Hello, Mr. Martin. Please sit down. If you have anything to say, you can talk directly. Here." He pointed to Colin Howard and a stack of documents on the coffee table. Ivan Martin glanced at everyone in the room, sat opposite Wayne, and silently observed his attitude. "Thank you." Taking the cup of coffee brought to him by Hella, Ivan Martin opened his mouth and went straight to the point. "I've read the script of your new project, you know." He stretched out his hand and drew a circle, indicating that there are no secrets in this circle. "If you are willing to give it to CAA for packaging and production, I can assure you that preparations can begin within half a month at the earliest." Wayne was still listening happily, but when he mentioned the packaging service, his eyes immediately condensed. "Mr. Martin, Warner Brothers has not passed the review yet. It's too early to say this now. They will pass, because you are Wayne Greenberg." Ivan Martin licked his lips, deliberately complimented, and changed the subject again. "Even if they don't pass the review, CAA can help you find other investment channels and distribution channels." Looking at the other party's confident expression and words full of confidence, Wayne was disgusted. "Just say it. Wayne didn't want to waste time. There was no room for discussion on this matter. Mr. Martin, I signed a contract with an agent under CAA, and I have no intention of changing, and I'm not interested in the packaging service you provide. What is the packaging service? To put it nicely, it is a full service for the convenience of directors and producers. To put it bluntly, under this service, all directors, actors, and crew members are puppets. This service can indeed effectively save a lot of time. He also believes that CAA is fully capable of starting the pre-production quickly and with high quality and preparing all the crew jobs and various actors needed for the film. But these are contrary to Wayne's production concept. Why did he form a core production team? It's because he didn't want to be disturbed or have his power taken away during filming. Director Greenberg, don't you want to hear what conditions we can offer? Wayne Martin was still making his last effort. He didn't want to give up, even if there was a glimmer of hope. No need, I'm still busy. Let's talk next time. Wayne stood up and stretched out his hand. The development of things obviously exceeded Wayne Martin's expectations, but he was also a decent man. Although his expression was full of stiffness for a moment, he shook hands with Wayne and turned to leave the living room and walked out the door. Wayne looked at his back and didn't want to hear the conditions offered by the other party. Wayne Martin's purpose of coming here is obvious. He wants to pull himself to their side through better conditions. This way, he can not only attack the competitors within the company, but also promote the package service to Warner Brothers. Don't think that what he said is nice. If you really agree to his conditions, his main purpose is to use you to put pressure on Warner Brothers to promote their package service. Maybe you should listen to the conditions he gave you. Jimmy's smile returned to his face, with a clear sense of ease in his tone. That is definitely a condition that people can't refuse, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident to come directly to the door. Jimmy, go and get busy. I can't be a puppet. This sentence shows Wayne's attitude. He needs the agent to provide services, but he will never let the agent control his work. Now he is very satisfied with Jimmy and his boss. They belong to the more moderate type of agents. All their work is to serve customers and help customers plan their careers. And Wayne Martin, who was born with the agent Emperor Michaelovitz and even inherited that strong style, will never get the slightest favor from Wayne. He could guess what he would get by joining the other party. One of them was that they would change their position in front of the film company from a disadvantaged group to an existence that could have a dialogue with him on an almost equal footing. Although he was now a disadvantaged group in front of Warner Brothers, Warner Brothers was different from them. The two sides were just pure business cooperation and had absolutely no intention of controlling him as a director. You don't know what you've missed. Jimmy walked to the door and couldn't help but turned back and said, "It's Oscar, Wayne. This is their biggest condition and the biggest source of confidence for Wayne Martin." After saying that, Jimmy walked out. Why did he look so ugly? It was because he guessed their conditions. In Hollywood, which director or actor could refuse the temptation of Oscar? Wayne smiled and shook his head. With his IQ, couldn't he guess it? This was why he didn't let Wayne Martin speak. Let's continue, Colin. Wayne pointed to the documents. You don't have to explain it to me in detail. I won't understand it even if you do. Just tell me how much money you made. Colin Howard was stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, he picked up a piece of printing paper and couldn't help but look up and ask him, is what Jimmy said true? Can that person really help you get an Oscar? Looking at the accountant who was burning with gossip, even Nina beside him had a burning curiosity in her eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he reached for a cigarette and lit it. They do have the ability. If CAA makes every effort to lobby those judges and film critics, they can indeed make me a candidate for some awards. At this point, he couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. But I'm too young. This is a fact that no one can change. Would the old men in the academy give the little golden man to a young man in his early 20s? It's just to accumulate qualifications. What's more, the funds needed for all the research activities during the award-winning period will definitely be provided by me. What's this? Want me to spend money to buy qualifications and then get nothing? In this matter, except for Wayne himself who remained extremely sober, even Jimmy was confused by the name of Oscar. Well, this is probably what happened. Ivan Martin and his people wanted to use Oscar to seduce me, but I'm not naive. Nina and Colin Howard both showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, and the accountant sighed. The Hollywood circle is too deep. Since Wayne handed the funds to Colin for operation, he has not cared about it again, but these stocks have not stopped growing because of his indifference. Microsoft and Oracle are both giants in the internet. After Colin bought them, both companies went through 1 or 2 stock splits, and then the stock price would be quickly pulled back. The total value of the original shares is nearly $10 million US. According to today's market price, the total value is more than $14 million US. This is just a conservative estimate. If you don't rush to sell, the selling price can increase by at least 10%. This confirmed Wayne's idea. Most of the more than $20 million US that will be invested in Greenberg Studio will definitely continue to be invested, even if the purchase speed of these 2 stocks is relatively slow. In fact, you can consider other internet companies. Their stock prices are also rising. Don't think about it, Colin. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt his persuasion. Who would leave the ready-made official server plugin and not log in to charge money to play some unsecured private server? After sending Colin Howard away, Wayne changed into loose clothes, took 2 golden retrievers, and lay down on the lounge chair on the lawn together. The bright sunshine in California has cultivated the habit of sunbathing for a large number of white people. Many of them hope to have a wheat-colored skin, but this is a minority after all. Most Anglo-Saxons will become red all over when they encounter strong sunlight, just like a steamed lobster. Wayne likes to lie here, or on the 3rd floor, but he doesn't like sunbathing. He just greedily enjoys the scenery and the tranquility of an empty head. For 2 years, he has been like a clockwork, working hard all the time, and he would rather fall asleep and think. Rest time is a luxury for Wayne, and he must seize this gap. Once the preliminary preparations begin, he will be surrounded by pressure and busy work. For him on this side of the Pacific Ocean, what is the best way to release pressure and relax? That's right, it's the girl walking in front of him. Cameron Diaz is wearing an ordinary short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of sky blue tight jeans. Even such ordinary clothes can't cover up her very attractive figure. The most important thing is the face with a sweet smile. She didn't put on too much makeup, maybe just a little lipstick. In this day and age, if she looks like this with pure natural beauty, as long as she finds a professional makeup artist to tinker with it, it will definitely add another 20 points to the big screen. Hi, Wayne. She smiled and greeted him. She picked up a glass of juice from the table and sat cross-legged next to Wayne. The large recliner immediately made a creaking protest. Daddy, I hope those reports didn't cause you any trouble. Hearing Cameron Diaz's naughty name, Wayne knew that she was referring to those gossip tabloids. There might be a woman factor in it. Some things, not saying them, don't mean he doesn't know. No matter what method she uses to hype herself, at least she has gained some fame. In this circle, actors are never afraid of others talking about them, even if it is negative news. The most afraid thing is that no one talks about them. Otherwise, Nicole Kidman would not have suffered a series of failures in her movies after her divorce. Every time she appeared, she would mention her ex-husband. Tom Cruise was whipped by her again and again, and became the best tool to maintain her own personality and popularity. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.